And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Option showed speed, but now from in between horses, here comes Mark of Valor. And Mark of Valor and Ruben Fuentes take away that lead and lead by just a neck. Gap of 4 lengths back to Blazing Bluff. Through from the inside comes Sir Barnabas. It's 2 lengths back to Slim Chance. And at the back of the pack is Fly with Class. As they sprint along the backside, and Mark of Valor still leads it. Now opens it up to a 2-length lead. Option is out there trying to keep up with that one on the front end. Blazing Bluff is getting a good stalking trip from 5 lengths off those leaders. Then we come back 4 more to Sir Barnabas, 2 more back to Slim Chance, and nothing yet from Fly with Class as they bank around that far turn. Mark of Valor trying to take them every step of the way on the lead. Leads it by 3 lengths. Now he's opened up 3 on option. Sir Barnabas is spinning the wheels. The others have got work to do at the top of the Canterbury stretch. And it's still Mark of Valor who's out here cruising on the lead. The lead is opened up to 5 now. Fuentes gets busy on Mark of Valor into the final furlong, and this race is over. Mark of Valor took the lead early and never looked back. He's going to hit the wire 5 to the good. Option for second. It's close for third, and a late charging Slim Chance gets up to complete the trifecta. And they're off. Slow start for the debuting Found Jordan. Fast start for Stillwater Brown. And Stillwater Brown takes the lead, but is joined in kind by Bootleggin' Posse and Wildcat Hagrid on the outside. Then we come back to Warbucks. 2 more back to Uncle Al's Pal. And at the back of the pack is Found Jordan as they bank on to that backside. And then we have a pace duel. The outside 2 horses, Wildcat Hagrid, joined by Stillwater Brown. And now up the inside to intensify that pace comes Bootleggin' Posse. Warbucks getting the perfect stalking trip from 4 lengths off that front marking. And then we come back to Uncle Al's Pal, and Found Jordan starting to pick up momentum after that slow start. Into the far turn they go. Bootleggin' Posse. Bootleggin' Posse from Stillwater Brown. Wildcat Hagrid having a hard time keeping up. Warbucks is spinning the wheels, and Found Jordan has still got 9 to make up. Bootleggin' Posse looking good here. Bootleggin' Posse by 2. Stillwater Brown trying to keep up with that one. Wildcat Hagrid and the others have got work to do. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and it's still Bootleggin' Posse who bootlegs to a 6-length lead. Stillwater Brown out after that one. Wildcat Hagrid still there. From the back comes Uncle Al's Pal, but in the final football field, you can ring up the cash register now if you bet the 2. Bootleggin' Posse looking good. And they're off. Hot Habanero, just like last week, hot on the lead early. On the outside is Moonshine Moxie. Then we come to Stone Arch Bridge, the favorite. Inside comes Flash Flood. In between Minn Kota Joy. And at the back of the pack is Madisonian. Hot Habanero well off the rail and leading it by just a length. Joined by Flash Flood to the inside. The other gray is Moonshine Moxie. And Stone Arch Bridge and Lindy Wade get a perfect tracking position from 2 lengths off an opening quarter mile that goes in 22 3. And on the inside, Flash Flood can wait no more, and Flash Flood takes the lead away from Hot Habanero. But Stone Arch Bridge is quickly out after that leader. Moonshine Moxie's watching a good duel there, and Madisonian tries to sneak up the rail. Minn Kota Joy at the tail of the field, 10 lengths from those leaders, is Hot Habanero, shuffles back, and Flash Flood battles on. Flash Flood to the inside, joined by Stone Arch Bridge, and Moonshine Moxie is poised to pounce. They head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. Flash Flood to the inside, inside Stone Arch Bridge, joined by Moonshine Moxie, and we got a good one. Down the stretch they come, inside Flash Flood, in between Stone Arch Bridge, on the outside Moonshine Moxie. The two Grays decided, and Moonshine Moxie saved her best for last. The Grays run 1-2, Moonshine Moxie in front. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch. Good Mongolia was the first to flash speed, but now Cost a Fortune and Kelsey Haar want to run off to that lead. Let's Skedaddle will stalk that one from just a couple lengths behind those early markers. Then we come back to Hoity Toity. On the outside of that one is If You Want It. Inside Saving Ground is Bruce's Girl. And outside of that one is Fall Moon as they run by the judges, and Cost a Fortune and Kelsey Haar puts the ponytail in front and opens up that lead to 3 lengths. Luis Fuentes content to track right now patiently in second with Let's Skedaddle. Another 3 lengths back to Good Mongolia. And then Fall Moon out of last and going for an early run. There goes the 9 Fall Moon making a conspicuous run. In between is If You Want It. Then back on the rail is Hoity Toity. And at the back of the field is Bruce's Girl. 22-4, a quick opening quarter mile for Kelsey Haar and Cost a Fortune. Now Let's Skedaddle moves off the rail and intensifies that pressure. Good Mongolia is in a perfect spot in third. Fall Moon made that big move, but still has 4 to make up. In between horses is If You Want It, now shaken up by Harry Hernandez, and Hoity Toity's all dressed up with nowhere to go. Bruce's Girl's trying to unwind, and Let's Skedaddle can wait no longer. Luis Fuentes presses the button, and there he goes in the blink of an eye. He was down a length, now he's up a length as they turn to the top of the stretch, and Let's Skedaddle is the one to beat from here. Cost a Fortune in second, then Good Mongolia, and they run down the Canterbury turf course, and Let's Skedaddle is living up to the name. He has put the Skedaddle on the field. He's off by 5. He's off by 6. Let's Skedaddle, hand-ridden in front. And they're off. They came off to a perfect dispatch, and as expected, the speed comes from the outside as Magic Castle has early licks, so does Unembellished. And in between them is Misawa. The favorite is now going to track from 4 lengths off those leaders. That is Thrill Ride, then 3 more back to Hypnotic Rhythm. At the back of the pack of the 2 inside markers, Mr. Cougar and Marquee Ride. Front end, Harry Hernandez and Misawa calling the shots and leading it by a length. That opening quarter mile went in a snappy 21-4. Unembellished to the inside. Magic Castle just outside of that one, and here comes Thrill Ride going for an early move. Thrill Ride is closing in coyly, was 5 lengths back, and now just has a length and a half to make up. The others have got work to do, led by Marquee Ride, who's under a ride. As they bank around that turn, and Magic Castle has something left. Magic Castle right back at him. Magic Castle takes the lead away and now leads it by a length. The favorite Thrill Ride out after that one. Top of the stretch, Magic Castle trying to whip up a magic potion, joined by Thrill Ride, and they run down that Canterbury stretch, and these two have it to themselves. Inside Magic Castle, outside Thrill Ride, and Thrill Ride slowly edging away. Thrill Ride, jockey and trainer go back to back. Boom. They're in the gate, and they're out. After all that, everybody came out smoothly, including the 6, Wrexham. Wrexham showing quarter horse speed into that first turn as they run by the judges. Outside comes Fortunata. In between horses is Bones and Roses, and the last horse away is Innovate. Speeding into that first turn goes Wrexham and Crystal Conning trying to slow things down, but they've opened up 4. A 4-length lead on Fortunata. Through from the inside comes 9 Charms. There's the favorite, Extreme Gem, chasing that speed, but from 6 lengths back, and Bones and Roses is right there in between horses. Outside comes Winter Music. Then we come back to Temporarily. Outside of that one is Rolling Blackout. Second to last comes Innovate. At the tail of the field is War Music. They went 23 flat for the opening quarter mile, and the complexion changes as Fortunata now takes the lead away from Wrexham. The favorite, Extreme Gem, is right there poised to pounce. Bones and Roses shadows that one, as does Winter Music. They run around that barn side and into the far turn, and Fortunata has the lead. Extreme Gem is breathing down that one's neck. Winter Music gets a good trip on the outside. Bones and Roses is right there, shaken up by Harry Hernandez. Top of the stretch, and Extreme Gem takes the lead away from Fortunata. Extreme Gem to the outside, Fortunata to the inside. Here comes Rolling Blackout and Kelsey Haar, and they run down that Canterbury stretch. Fortunata on the outside, Rolling Blackout is the upset on. Extreme Gem bounces back to the inside. Extreme Gem outside Rolling Blackout. Rolling Blackout did it. Rolling Blackout in the final jump. There in the gate, and they're off. They speed out to their 5-furlong journey, led by Riding the Train. Riding the Train, riding the rails and leading it by a length. Yankee Indian is next. Then we come to Major Attraction. Outside of horses is Marvelous Thunder. In between those horses is Enough Nonsense. And then we come back to American Union. Outside of that one is Sky Confidential. At the back of the pack is Sunny is Not So Funny. And Riding the Train still leads. Riding the Train by a length. Major Attraction is imposing there in second. Then it's Yankee Indian in third. Nothing happening right now with Enough Nonsense, who's blowing the turn. Enough Nonsense is moving out of the race. Top of the stretch, and Riding the Train has the lead. But for how long? Major Attractions pounding away in second. Then Yankee Indian, a cavalry charge down the Canterbury turf course. And Lindy Wade and Major Attraction now jump to the lead and open up. How about this turn of speed? Lindy Wade tucking the whip away and looking at the big board, and he sees nothing but green grass as he sails away to a 3-length win. And they're off. After all that, Chloe's Magic broke beautifully. Inside is Run Amok. One from the rails, EO Saving Interest. And on the outside comes Flinging Paint. In the middle, though, still Chloe's Magic. Outside, Flinging Paint. Chloe's Magic, Chloe's Magic, Flinging Paint. Chloe's Magic got it. they're off. The favorite, Relentless Courage, left at the start. Relentless Babe has the lead. Tommy Guns is right there. From in between horses is Relentless Legacy. Tommy Guns, watch out for the Guns. They'll get you. They lead by a length. But here comes Relentless Legacy on the outside. Tommy Guns, Relentless Legacy in time. They're off. Slow start for Rockin' the World. Fast start for Beep Beep Rev Rev. Then it's Relentless Flash. Inside is Blue Bayou. It's still Beep Beep Rev Rev. Chased by Relentless Flash. Beep Beep Rev Rev in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Star-Spangled Banner. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a beautiful Thursday at Canterbury Park. With our racing this evening, we have a fast main track and the turf is firm. We get to the program changes beginning in race 1. Some pertinent program changes for you. The first begins the post-time pick 4 with a nation low 10% takeout, and Carlo Lopez rides number 1, TikTok. Now to the 5th race, beginning the second of 2 pick 4s. And in this turf event, with the rail all the way in, we scratch 11, Atomic Candy. On to the 7th race, and in race 7, one of 4 turf races tonight in Shakopee, number 5, Cave Hill, is picked up by Luis Negron. In the 8th race, scratch number 1, Go for Gold. 8th race, scratch number 1, Go for Gold. Race 9, the 6, is picked up by Ron Beverly Jr., plus a couple of unpublished works for 4 and 6. That's in race 9. And in the 10th race, final live race tonight, scratch 6, Flaming Carter. We have a free handicapping show and an appetizer for the Canterbury Park Racing this evening. It is called Today at the Races. And this evening, Jeff Madej and Angela Herman will be carrying you through festivities. That's next.
Oh, good evening. Welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. Beside me, Angela Herman, and this is Today at the Races. We've got a full crew on hand tonight. Kevin Gorg is here. He'll be your analyst. Paul Allen, the race caller. He'll get you through all 10. But first, this happened last night.
Chloe's Magic, flinging
There's
paint.
one.
Chloe's Magic got it. Tommy Guns,
Stand by. Here comes
Legacy,
win number 2.
Legacy in time.
And finally, in the North Star State Futurity,
Rev, chased by
a length,
Flash.
beep, Rev, win number 3. It was all about trainer Jason Olmstead last night. Remember what Omar Little said in the classic TV series The Wire? You don't remember that, Ange?
No.
He said, when you come at the king, you best not miss. And the king right now is quarter horse trainer Jason Olmstead. He sweeps the first 3 quarter horse races. Bam, bam, bam. Guy's impressive. He's won 7 titles. He's probably going to win 8th. He might have done that last night. In fact, your thoughts on Jason Olmstead?
He just picked right back up where he left off. I mean, you see him come in with numbers into these. In fact, I have a picture that I'm going to put out there of 4 different jockeys wearing the silks of the Olmstead barn. I mean, when you bring quality like that and you bring numbers, inevitably things are going to go your way. And they all ran according to plan. It's not like anything super bad came up, except for one of them. I believe it was Relentless Courage.
Relentless Courage missed the break,
Missed the break. But other than that, all systems go. And they bring a loaded barn every year up here. They bring them well prepared from their campaigns in Remington Park. And that's the kind of results that you get. They're not necessarily the most lucrative, but, I mean, they show up. And if you're looking for something to count on in a late double, a late pick 3 or something, you can count on them an awful lot.
And we'll have quarter horse races tonight. I think they're much more difficult than they were last night. Sometimes with those stakes types horses, there are some standouts, especially minbreds, that's just kind of rise above the rest of them. Tonight's races will be more complex, but we'll get to that later in the card because we've got a lot of other action going on, including the start of the pick four, the early pick four. We call it the post-time pick four, and it has an industry low 10% takeout. A lot of money was bet into it last night, as was the pick five, which is the last 5 thoroughbred races. Also an industry low 10% takeout, $113,000 in the pot last night. So there's potential if we can get some prices going here for some gigantic payouts in both the pick 4 and the pick 5 due to that low 10% takeout and the amount of money that's bet into the pool. So these are things you're going to want to take a look at. Kevin Gorg will get you a pick 4 ticket here shortly before the horses enter the gate for race number 1. But those are bets that I know you focus on, I focus on, Ange, and so does the public.
Well, yeah, and you should. With the 10% takeout on, all ends of our card, not just the last pick 5, but the early pick 4. There's only so much you can do. You can't help the results all the time. You can't help a lot of things, but we can help takeout. So if we can lower the takeout as many different wagers as we can, I know this is a start, but it makes a difference. It makes things that would normally pay a lot less at more popular tracks pay more. Even if you think, I don't handicap Canterbury a lot, I don't know the locals or anything like that, it's still an interesting and appealing puzzle because you don't need a 70-1 shot on top of a 50-1 shot or anything like that to get those payouts. Sometimes it just takes one upset in the late sequence last night, like Mac Robertson on the turf. One big upset like that, and you get your money back and then some. Just one. It only takes one.
Absolutely. Now, big doings this weekend at Canterbury Park. Let's tell us all about Tacos and Tequila.
Tacos and Tequila is the first of our Taste of Canterbury events. If you do come out here and join us on track and you're looking for something a little bit different to shake things up, we have a number of events coming up this summer, and the first one is this Saturday. That's Tacos and Tequila for $50. You get in the door, you get a couple of drinks, you get a taco bar. You get a way to upgrade your experience. If you're sick of the hot dogs, you're sick of the fries from the home stretch, I don't know how you get sick of them from Joe, but, it's a different way to incorporate a different experience into the racetrack. Now, there's different ones coming up through the summer. There's going to be barbecue. There's going to be different flavors if tacos and tequila aren't your thing, but moving away from the adult side of things, we get back to a little bit more family-oriented activity on Sunday. We will be bringing back the first of our dog races. The running of the Bulldogs is coming on Sunday. Yes, those adorable little pug-faced creatures make their return to the racetrack. They're going to be the kickoff to a lot of dog racing throughout the summer, but they're a riot. You can see them in the mud there. We don't have rain forecasted for Sunday, but for Saturday, and that's just going to be the first of many dog races coming up this summer. Now, moving on from Bulldogs back to Thoroughbreds, we have a play of the day tonight that's going to end up being very popular. I think that Gorg has him singled in his late pick 5. I have him singled in my late pick 4. And it looks like Spendaholic in race number 6 could get loose on the front end. We'll take a look a little bit later in the card as to why we think this horse will get loose and how it will benefit you. But Spendaholic drew the outside post in race number 6. He's 4-1 morning line. Jeffrey, your thoughts on the play of the day?
The play of the day is red hot. It always has been. That's why we have the play of the day. If the play of the day didn't work, we wouldn't offer it to our fans, Ange. It's pretty simple. I've done the math. There's a flat bet profit on your play of the day. I expect this horse to win. I expect that because it's a single from Kevin Gorg, the horse will win. Now, no guarantees in racing, but the closest thing there is Angela's play of the day.
Well, thanks.
Our blog, Canterbury Live. It's on a blog at canterburypark.com/blog. A lot of great stories on there. We've got some good interviews from Paul Allen with some trainers and jockeys. Natalie Hepner, our press box assistant up here, she's been writing some stories covering some of the personalities involved in racing. So I encourage you, if you have an interest in Canterbury's product here, in the racing and the people that you see, check out that blog. And you can find it right at the bottom of the homepage. Just scroll all the way down, click on blog, bang, there you go. Now, also, if you're a morning TV watcher, the Jason show specifically tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Fox 9, Kevin Gorg and Kendall Mark, who is one of the co-hosts of the Jason show, got together in the Pony Barn at Canterbury last week, and they're going to air that segment tomorrow. It was a riding experience for one of the two. I'm not going to tell you which, but a lot of fun, and it's good when you get people outside of the racing community in kind of in the back scenes, the backstage of what goes on at the racetrack, they're enthralled with it. And I think that's the same with the viewers, too. It's a good way to get people involved because you and I like to bet on the horses, but that's not always the introduction to racing for everyone. Sometimes it's just seeing what goes on at the racetrack, seeing some of the pageantry, becoming familiar with some of the things that go on behind the scenes at the track that might spark that interest that creates more fans. So I would encourage you to watch that Jason show tomorrow. Mackenzie Kane has a starring role along with Kendall Mark and our own Kevin Gorg. So that should be a lot of fun, Ange. Anything else on tap for tonight?
For tonight, no. It's actually getting pretty nice outside, so expect the track to remain fast, expect the turf to remain firm, and expect a good night of racing. This seemed a little bit more wide open, I thought, than last night. At least, I mean, there's, of course, an extra thoroughbred race, but there's more turf races that I thought were a little bit more up in the air. I thought that the dirt racing maybe a little bit more formful, but we do have, like you said, more wide open quarter horse races at the end of the night. And I want to put an exclamation point on the content that Jeff just mentioned, both the blog and the video pieces that we do. If you can, watch the Jason show, tune into that, but always keep up on the blog. Jeff, Natalie, and Ted work very hard in putting things together for this. There's, of course, other contributors to it, but they are the mainstays to this blog, and they put a lot of work into it, a lot of time and dedication, and they want you to know as much about Canterbury Park as possible. Not just the wagering part of it, but what goes on behind the scenes, what goes on in the barn area, and how it all comes together to make this fun production that we put on each night. I can't underline much more how important that is to adding to the experience at Canterbury. Check it out when you get the chance.
I agree, Ange. Give it a look. It's it's great when we're surrounded by a lot of talent here at Canterbury Park. So it's fun to work here. It's fun to do those things. It's fun to present our product in various ways to the racing fans here. So taking a look at the paddock right now, the horses are in the saddle enclosure. You'll see them get in the saddles put on by the trainers. They'll come up into the walking ring. At that point, the jocks come up. You get involved in the pageantry. Make sure if you're here tonight for the first time, get down to the paddock. Get out and watch that action taking place. Make your way to the track apron. Watch races from various places. This is a participation sport. As well as a gambling endeavor. So you can win money, you can come in. There's no other sporting event where you leave with more money than you came with potentially, other than horse racing. So have the time of your life here at Canterbury Park. Kevin Gorg, he'll be back shortly. He'll take a look at the opening event. He'll also give you his post-time pick 4 with that industry low 10% takeout.
All right, Kevin Gorg with you as we get set for race number 1, and we'll have a pick 4 ticket for you momentarily. 6.5 furlongs, always a quirky sprint distance. We'll start with number 1, TikTok. She comes in off a solid effort here back just a week and change ago, where she went off at even money against some staunch competition, got a good trip, and lost by a neck on the wire. Speed figures are there, stalking speed fits, tricky post for sure, but you can see by the betting at 2-1, she's a prime player here. Put Carlo Lopez in the saddle. Now, the 2 horses not taking a lot of action. There you get a good look in the paddock and on your monitors. Good energy, good-looking coat here. No doubt about it. This horse has a look to her in the paddock. She's also got some speed on paper, and at this distance, maybe she can get loose on the front end. Israel Hernandez has brought in some long shots here the last couple of seasons. He'll be on the engine with the 2, who could be a pick 4 parimutuel puzzler if she prevails. Lyrical's the 3. fits with these. I've got this horse second in my analysis. Turf to Dirt's the handicapping angle. Love the Rarick barn. Luis Valenzuela, honest in the saddle. Good stalking trip, I think, will come here. And I think the Turf to Dirt angle works very well at a square. Boy, good price. I was thinking 4 or 5 to 1. She's up to 6 to 1 right now on the board. I'll use her for sure on my pick 4 ticket. Number 4 is Silly Notion. Luis Negron gets the call for the Silva gang. Exits a tough heat going a mile. I like the cutback at 6.5 furlongs. This is a longer sprint distance where route horses have some success. She'll need to ramp up those speed figures. They're a cut below. But the morning line set by a professional here at Canterbury Park, 9 to 2, and you can see the price on the board, double digits right now, is a bit of a surprise. My top pick in the race is not going to be a real mystery here at all. This is Where's Frankie? You get Harry Hernandez for Jonathan Wong. Great to have the Wong barn here in Shakopee, one of the top conditioners on the West Coast every single year. And this is a horse that hasn't raced since early April. The workouts are steady. This horse has faced some good competition out in Arizona. Harry Hernandez, in fact, in her last 3 starts, those 3 wins, Harry Hernandez rode all of them. She can get a great trip, I think, right outside the 2 press and pounce in play, but I don't like the price at 4 to 5. Number 6, Even Pandora. Kelsey Haar got a win yesterday. She's riding great right now. The Sanderson gang always sends them fit and ready. 2 career wins here in Shakopee. Another horse that should get a great stalking trip from an attack post. 10 minutes. There you see the grid of picks. All kinds of great betting activity, including a pick 4. It's the post time pick 4 with a 10% takeout. I'll take you through my ticket here in a few minutes. Good luck.
And Sir Leonard Dykkert's call to the post brings the runners onto a fast main track for the post time pick 4. It's only 50 cents, nation low 10% takeout, and it starts 7 minutes from now.
All right, guys, time for the post-time pick 4 ticket. We hit this last night for a couple $100. We'll try to do the same with a very manageable amount of money. This is an $18 play in the post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout. I agree with the 5 being favored. I don't agree with the even money. I think we're a little aggressive here with this line, and I think you have to go at least 3 deep to feel comfortable in the first. I'm going to use the 1 TikTok off that great start here recently at Canterbury. I'm going to use the 3 Lyrical, who if they go quick early might get a great trip from a couple lengths off the pace. And where's Frankie's the horse to beat? 1-3 in a row. You get Harry Hernandez. Tons of positives except for the value right now on the board, in my opinion. I'll use the 1, the 3, and the 5 in the first. In race number 2, I don't think you have to go very deep. I think it's really about the 2 horses that bookend the field. Number 1 is Extreme VIP with Lindy Wade for Mac Robertson. In from Chicago, love the workouts. Everything Mac Robertson puts on the track right now seems to be running. And the 6, Calico Joe. Calico Joe puts the hood on. Joel Burnt, another trainer that is red hot right now, won a bunch of races last night. The bookenders, 1 and 6 in race 2. Third race on the turf. Our turf racing tonight is spectacular. This race, I think you have to go 3 deep. I'm going to use the 5. That would be nice, who is my top play in the race at 10-1. I'm going to use the 6, Minnesota Nice with Lindy Wade, and the 7, Dreaming Biz. I think there's some value here. I'm taking some prices, 10-1, 5-1, and 7-2. And in race 4, I'll be skinny to finish my ticket. I'm going to use the 2, Venture Forth, who figures to be one of the favorites, and I'll use the 6, Soul Coaxing, who I believe for Mac Robertson with Lindy Wade is the lone speed. 1-3-5 with 1-6, with 5-6-7, with 2 and 6. The pick 5, which is also a 10% takeout, starts in race 4. I think the pick 5 tonight is spectacular. I think you're going to have to spend some money with those tickets, but let's make some money with the post-time pick 4. You've still got 4 minutes to put a ticket in. There's my ticket on the screen. Good luck to you tonight. Enjoy what should be a great night of racing here at Canterbury Park.
The horses are approaching the starting gate for the first race. Thursday's live music at Canterbury. Whiskey Stone is performing this evening on the grandstand apron, north side of Canterbury. Our featured groups this evening include Melkert, Hubert, Shodine, PLLP, the Owatonna Bus Company, the Mohawk Group, Ameriprise Investment Partners. Thank you very much for joining us. And racing this spring-summer at Canterbury is provided by Atomic Data, Apple Autos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Greystone, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. They've reached the gate. It is now post time, pick 4 time. Stunningly beautiful in Shakopee, Minnesota for this Thursday racing card. 10 for you, a couple of cues at the end. And we begin on a fast main track. The turf is firm. The post time pick 4 is 50 cents with a track rate of 10%, lowest in the country. Good luck with racing at Canterbury Park. Racing Thursday began splendidly for all 6, and as they link up with the main track in this 6.5 furlong race, it is Where's Frankie trying to win 4 in a row, and Where's Frankie is in hand and in command from Lyrical, who lays second to the inside. Even Pandora tries to win 2 in a row with Kelsey. That one's outside, 2.5 lengths from the lead. TikTok and Lopez being shoved on a bit with a half mile to go to keep up, and to the inside of Circulo de Ganadoras, and that one's only 4 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Silly Notion, who's on the move, and they're off the far turn. Where's Frankie? Frankie's in first. Where's Frankie at 3 to 5, cruising along by 1.5. Even Pandora second, after that Silly Notion, and then it's Lyrical, now 5 lengths from the lead and traveling erratically, and as they head for the money, Harry Hernandez still has not been challenged with Where's Frankie, and the lead now is 2. It's Where's Frankie from Even Pandora, who's not doing anything. Likewise for Silly Notion and the other 3. And Where's Frankie has won 4 in a row. Where's Frankie, the people's choice, 3. Number 5, Where's Frankie, wins the Frog's Purse. 5643, and it's official. For Superfecta, $6 and change. The Exacta $4.40, and the Trifecta $9.90. We thank Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. Thank you, Atomic Data, for the yearly sponsorship of our racing program. In the second race, we stay on a fast main track. We have no scratches or rider changes. Here is Where's Frankie and Harry Hernandez. Where's Frankie, victorious 4 consecutive times, is trained by Jonathan Wong. And the winning owner of Where's Frankie is Johnny Taboda. Final time 117.26. Those of you off track and those of you here in Shakopee, thank you for joining and good luck. And they're racing. Thursday began splendidly for all 6, and as they link up with the main track in this 6.5 furlong race, it is Where's Frankie trying to win 4 in a row, and Where's Frankie is in hand and in command from Lyrical, who lays second to the inside. Even Pandora tries to win 2 in a row with Kelsey. That one's outside, 2.5 lengths from the lead. TikTok and Lopez being shoved on a bit with a half mile to go to keep up, and to the inside of Circulo de Ganadoras, and that one's only 4 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Silly Notion, who's on the move, and they're off the far turn. Where's Frankie? Frankie's in first. Where's Frankie at 3 to 5, cruising along by 1.5. Even Pandora second, after that Silly Notion, and then it's Lyrical, now 5 lengths from the lead and traveling erratically, and as they head for the money, Harry Hernandez still has not been challenged with Where's Frankie, and the lead now is 2. It's Where's Frankie from Even Pandora, who's not doing anything. Likewise for Silly Notion and the other 3. And Where's Frankie has won 4 in a row. Where's Frankie, the people's choice, 3.
Well, the card did look skinny early. There's going to be some chalk, I believe, in the first couple races. But if you handicap for the later races, the turf races specifically, I've got multiple double-digit horses I like on top. I think if you're going to play the pick 5 tonight, there's going to be a big pool of money. You're going to probably have to spread in some races. But Where's Frankie was much the best in race 1. Harry Hernandez had ridden her in her last 3 victories, comes right back, gets her on the front. And a nice duel near the top of the jockey standings between Lindy Wade, last year's champion, and the new shooter, Harry Hernandez. Keep an eye on that battle. Right now, we got to keep an eye on the combatants here for race number 2. Maiden Claimers going a distance of 1 mile. We're going to have another big favorite up on the board. And this is another horse that absolutely makes sense. I mean, if you're a public handicapper like we all are up in the press box, yeah, we're likely going to put the horse on top. But now you got to measure out how much you think the horse is going to win and where the price is at and where you go from there. And I think the last time I looked, 3 to 5 is a little bit skinny. But let's talk about Extreme VIP. Here's what you get. You get a horse that's knocked at some tough spots like Hawthorne and the Fairgrounds. And keep an eye on those horses that ship in from Cajun country at the Fairgrounds. They're winning everywhere. So this horse has faced better competition. This horse has early speed. You get the advantageous inside post, and you get a trainer that's winning at an alarming 48% so far at the meeting. Mac Robertson is Canterbury trained, and he knows how to win races in Shakopee, and that's all he does. He's a 14-time champion here at Canterbury Park. So I think the horse probably gets the lead. You get Lindy Wade, you get the Great Barn. So yeah, lots to like. I just, again, 3 to 5, not sure on the win end. I absolutely could single this horse in a pick 3. It is my top pick, and I think Extreme VIP is going to be tough to catch and tough to beat. Number 2 is taking some money. I like to see it. Harry Hernandez here. So the 2 top jocks saddled right next to each other in the gate. Honey's Superman is trained by Burnell Roan, had 1 start this season. Looked like a prep race, really. The horse kind of just ran evenly in that race, stretches out, so certainly should be more legged up this time back, and probably needed that last start since he hadn't raced since September when he came out here opening week. So 9 to 2, I'd like to see the horse taking money. Looks decent down here in the walking ring. 3 horse is Thirsty Kiss, thirsty for a win, 14 career starts, 6 for 14 in the money. So if you're putting together a trifecta, this is one of those horses that kind of hangs around and hits the board. Hasn't yet won, and should get a good trip from just off the pace, making a good impression physically down here. I like the energy. I like the coat. I like what I'm seeing here from Thirsty Kiss, but 0 for 14, if you're going to make a win bet, you got to think about that before you head to the windows. 4 horse, Arius Reigns, Luis Valenzuela for the Rarick gang, Tampa Shipper. We talk about Tampa Shippers a lot. It's a really cool racetrack down in Florida. When horses get to Shakopee, they're used to the heat. They're legged up. They're fit. They're ready. So this is one of those Tampa Shippers. I'm really surprised by the price. 5 to 1 is the morning line. 12 to 1 right now. Looks like a value up on the board. Next in line is the 5. You Wonder Why I Drink. This is a 6-year-old maiden that's 0 for 23. Maybe this horse is causing the owners to drink with the 0 for 23. When right, this horse has a touch of closing kick. You get Zeke Laura, who won last night in the saddle, and we'll try to make some late moves. If the favorite gets some company early on the front end, maybe a slice here at a big price. I think the 6 is very dangerous. If you're going to bet the 1, you better fear the 6. This is Calico Joe, Luis Fuentes for Joel Burnt, and Joel Burnt is red hot. Won some races last night. Like most of his horses, boy, do they look good out here in the walking ring. Look at that coat, just banking the sunshine off it. The ears are up, and the familiar Lothenbach colors. The blinkers go on today. Chicago Shipper, who comes from off the pace. But with the addition of blinkers, maybe this horse stays a little closer to the pace. I think the 2 that bookend the field will decide it. And, boy, I'll tell you what, the 6 sure makes quite the impression down here in the paddock. Race number 2, leg 2 of the early post-time pick 4. And don't forget, in race 4, we start the pick 5. I'm going to build a ticket and have that out there for you. You should start putting that ticket together. Tonight, it really could pay big time. Boxcars, pick 5 looks wide open later. Right now, they'll race 2, head to the track. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
And here they come to the fast main track for the second race. We have no scratches and we have no rider changes. Apple Autos supports Canterbury and has for decades. It is the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack. Also, upgrade your racing experience with Taste of Canterbury. These events provide guests with excellent food and sweeter memories. Get a taste of tacos and tequila Saturday. It's this Saturday. Or Bourbon Whiskey Smokehouse July 9th. Asian culinary experience later in the season. But this Saturday, tacos and tequila. We begin at 5 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Race time for the second as they move in. Here at Canterbury Park, we have a starting gate team that is second to none. And one of the members is celebrating a birthday today. Brian Pena. Happy 23rd birthday from all of your friends at Canterbury. No time to celebrate that birthday now. Trying to get Aries Reigns into the gate. But after they leave the gate and get squared away, and maybe specifically after the Thursday card ends, Brian Pena's 23rd birthday will be celebrated in kind. Happy birthday. Here they come. They're racing in the Brian Pena Birthday Classic, and they've broken a line because the starting gate crew does great work. And the bookenders, Extreme VIP and Calico Joe, come out and go 1-2. And Extreme VIP is trying to be very important in race number 2. It is Lindy Wade and Extreme VIP for the leading trainer, Soul Alone in front. Calico Joe is to the outside of Honey Superman. Honey Superman ridden by Hernandez trying to sweep the first 2. After that, it is Thirsty Kiss, 0 for 14 and 5 out of it. About to be joined by You Wonder Why I Drink. And Aries Reigns is last, but now second last. Just put You Wonder Why I Drink in last. And they're only 6 lengths behind Extreme VIP, who does it very, very reasonably. Extreme VIP has had it absolutely all his own way. And now Calico Joe and Honey Superman are working to keep up with that one. 5 behind that. You Wonder Why I Drink, looking like 0 for 24. Thirsty Kiss, 7 out of it. Running by Aries Reigns and round about the quarter pole. Here comes Hernandez to attack Wade. It is Honey Superman to the outside of Extreme VIP, but Lindy says no. And Extreme VIP giggled at Honey Superman and opens up 2.5. Honey Superman second by a mile. After that, it's Calico Joe. But this one was over when the condition book came out. It's Extreme VIP under a triple hammerlock with style points. Salt of the earth, showing off. Second race official. Extreme VIP paid $240, $210, $210. Okay. The race 2 exacta, 8-1. Trifecta, $13.25. 10-cent superfecta paid nearly $20 with a 1-to-5 shot winning. Holy cow. And the 5-1 double, $2.30. Bulldog racing at Canterbury Sunday. This Sunday, watch these adorable bullies run down the track, plus face painting, crafts, pony rides, and fun for the whole family. It is the running of the Bulldogs this Sunday at 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, Extreme VIP, claimed for $16,000, winning a three-way shake, Carl Broberg for Rocket Wrench Racing. Into the winner's enclosure, Extreme VIP and Salt of the Earth rider, Lindy Wade. Extreme VIP is owned by Extreme Racing. That's Miss Vicki McGowan with a large group in the winner's enclosure. And the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. The third race is our first of 4 turf races. Turf firm, rail in. No scratches, no rider changes. The third race is courtesy of Cutwater Cocktails, new to Canterbury, level 1. It's across the street from Bo Diddley's. A new elite sandwich spot and Cutwater Cocktails, all in the same place. And they're racing in the Brian Pena Birthday Classic, and they've broken a line because the starting gate crew does great work. And the bookenders, Extreme VIP and Calico Joe, come out and go 1-2. And Extreme VIP is trying to be very important in race number 2. It is Lindy Wade and Extreme VIP for the leading trainer, Soul Alone in front. Calico Joe is to the outside of Honey Superman. Honey Superman ridden by Hernandez, trying to sweep the first 2. After that, it is Thirsty Kiss, 0 for 14 and 5 out of it. About to be joined by You Wonder Why I Drink. And Aries Reigns is last, but now second last. Just put You Wonder Why I Drink in last. And they're only 6 lengths behind Extreme VIP, who does it very, very reasonably. Extreme VIP has had it absolutely all his own way. And now Calico Joe and Honey Superman are working to keep up with that one. 5 behind that. You Wonder Why I Drink, looking like 0 for 24. Thirsty Kiss, 7 out of it. Running by Aries Reigns and round about the quarter pole. Here comes Hernandez to attack Wade. It is Honey Superman to the outside of Extreme VIP, but Lindy says no. And Extreme VIP giggled at Honey Superman and opens up 2.5. Honey Superman second by a mile. After that, it's Calico Joe, but this one was over when the condition book came out. It's Extreme VIP under a triple hammerlock with style points. Salt of the Earth showing off.
Wow. Not much more impressive a way you can break your maiden. Did so at 1-5, and now we move on to the turf course. Maybe a little bit more wide open race. I don't think there'll be any 1-5 favorites in here. This will be our first race on the turf of the day. The race is for Minnesota breds. The girls will join us for this allowance, and right now you see the board. Hard to pick out a favorite. It's changed a couple of times thus far, but Start Singing has remained a long shot throughout it, and Start Singing is a talented filly, more so than her 8-1 odds would display. Start Singing also has some blood to be a good turf horse. She hasn't tried it yet. She hasn't tried 2 turns yet, but she was ultra impressive in breaking her maiden last year. She did that from the outside post. She did that at 5-1. You'll get a better price than that, but not quite the 38-1 that she was last time. That was a very salty allowance, though. A couple exit that heat, including Start Singing, but her hand is a little bit forced, I thought, by the inside. I didn't care for that. She should be a pace factor, though, if she does break on top with Alonzo Quinones on her. With her boots on, just to her outside, has run a little bit better on the main track thus far, but does have plenty of 2-turn experience to her. 4 times on the turf, to be exact. A couple of third-place finishes, and with her boots on, makes a very nice impression down here in the paddock. Had to pass on her. She's 18-1 right now, but she would make a little bit of sense, especially if this one came washed off. But we are on the turf, and that leads me to styling and profile. And, of course, I am a little bit biased to this filly. She is 0 for 5 to date on the turf, but she has run races that would probably win this if she can get herself into a good stalking position. She comes out of sprints, so she should be a little bit more keen early than she has been in the past when she's tried routing on the turf. I don't know what to expect from her, because in this one, she's reaching the turf course where she hasn't had that much success compared to other places. Only 3 tries over it, 1 third-place finish, and it wasn't a real threatening third for styling and profiling. Gypsy Reward also hasn't touched the turf, but she's going to be one of your favorites as she was early on in the betting. Right now she's 3-1, and she's the one I settled in on here simply because of her pedigree. Being out of Blue Jean Song, she has the right to do just about anything very well, and she smashed maidens last time on May 21st. I mean, it was a pretty easy effort for her, and the connections look to go back-to-back. Gypsy Reward looks like she has a bright future in front of her no matter where it lands, but the turf shouldn't be a problem for her. That would be nice. Has won on the turf in the past. You can't say that about a whole bunch in here. Israel Hernandez has been her regular partner, and he was aboard for that maiden win on the turf last June. That would be nice. Has enough tactical speed, too, to be placed a lot of places in the race. That would be nice. Doesn't have a lot of questions to her. It's just whether things will break her way. You'll get a good price, though, and right now you get 12-1. 8-1 on the horse just to her outside. That's not going to last. Lindy Wade is riding very well right now, and he teams up with Minnesota Nice for her first start of the year. She, too, has started over this turf 3 times. She has a 3rd-place finish, and Minnesota Nice did her best work in breaking her maiden last June on the dirt. She won by 11 that day. She was odds on. I don't know how much she beat that day, because when she's been coming back on the turf, on the dirt here, Remington, Minnesota Nice hasn't put in quite the same races, but at least she is experienced. You know what you get with this filly. Same thing with Dreaming Biz. She hasn't run since last September. She should be coming from off the pace, way, way off the pace, whereas Minnesota Nice might be a little bit closer. I was going to get for this one. I don't know if the turf course is going to really fare well for her, as it's very warm and very dry out. Icy will bring you, same thing. She'll be coming from way, way back, but the price is right if you like her. 12-1. That's the way Paul Allen goes. A lot of us going different directions in here. 5, 4, 7, 1. That's how wide open this race is. I end up with 7-2, Gypsy Reward on top. We've got the power play coming up next, and they make their way on track. They'll break on the turf in 9.
Hi, guys. Kevin Gorg up in the press box getting ready for our power play of the day. I've mentioned the 10% takeout pick 5. It is spectacular. Here's a horse you can build around in one of those wide open turf races, maybe a trifecta key, maybe a superfecta key. But in race number 7, I really like the 3. Big time contender here, Joe Phillips. Now, he won here already on this turf course earlier in the meet. And I look for scenarios. I look at a horse that's maybe peaking at the right time. And let's take a look at the past performances here. Here's some things you want to notice. First of all, the trip that this horse got last time. Again, similar competition, similar distance on the Canterbury turf. This horse stalked the speed, saved ground, and then pounced. You can see it right here. Stalked inside, tipped out, and then pounced. As you look at the past performances, the 2 horse, Mr. Banjo Man, all speed. The 1, Robinson, a deep closer. He'll be right back on the wood, saving all that ground. And look at this. The trainer, when this Kerry Raven wins, last time out, 24%. This is a 13% barn, but it's magnified off a win, 24%. Then I drew a line right here in the past performances to signify when we started the 2022 campaign. First at 3-1, second at 25-1, a good 5th after dueling for the lead, a second, and a first. This horse is sharp right now. Let's go back and take a look at the start of the race. This will be similar to what you're going to see today in this turf race. Now, this horse breaks inside from post number 1, right there in the red cap. You see it's a short run into that first turn. Same thing today at a 1-mile distance on the grass. The horse gets in good position, and now this is a perfect stalking trip on the turf. You're going to save ground. You're going to stay inside. That's how you win on the turf. This is exactly where this horse will be today. And now when they turn for home, you just tip off the rail. There's that red hat. There's the trip this horse is going to get today. Wait, save ground, pounce in the stretch, and hopefully this is the result we get. It's a crowded field. It's 9 horses. You want to save ground. You want to have some natural speed, and you want to have some kick. This is a horse that's sharp right now. Every single time out this season, this horse has fired. I think, again, with Carlo Lopez, race 7, number 3, Joe Phillips is a horse you can build around and make some money in the exotics. Good luck.
Race number 3, the first of 4 turf events, and Start Singing is whistling a sweet tune out of the gate, but doing so high-headed. And with 1 lap to go, the 9-1 shot is in hand and in command. After that, styling and profiling about 2 lengths behind the leader. Next to the first horse is Dreaming Biz, trying to put a nightmare on Start Singing. And on the 3 wide side, it is Icy Will Burn Ya, conspicuously closer than most days as they corner for the first time. That would be nice. Ryder has the green helmet cover, badly trapped right now, and further pinned by Minnesota Nice, who is Minnesota cantankerous when it comes to that trip on the 5. Behind that is With Her Boots On, and the one in last is Gypsy Reward, looking to win 2 in a row in the turf debut, and with a stretch out about 7 lengths from the lead. Number 1 is number 1. It Starts Singing in the queue. Start Singing now has a challenger in the shape of Dreaming Biz. Icy Will Burn Ya close to the pace, just checked badly and went back to second last, overtaken by Styling and Profiling, securing the inside. With Her Boots On is kicking up a storm on the outside, and up goes Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz means Biz at 2.5 to 1. On the outside, Gypsy Reward is finishing with interest, but about 7 lengths behind that 7. Dreaming Biz, who has put a nightmare on the race 3-7. It is Dreaming Biz steamrolling to a 5-length win. Second is the gray Gypsy Reward, and a photo for the show. The third race is official. Trifecta $92, exacta $18.30, 10-cent superfecta $99, 5-2 on top. And the first pick 3 paid $5.60. To the winner's enclosure, Dreaming Biz and Luis Fuentes. 3 victories this week for Luis. Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables are the winning owners, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Dreaming Biz is a 5-year-old brown mare by Fed Biz out of Mesa Mirage, bred in Minnesota. Our fourth race is 22 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes in the fourth, provided by Jim Beam. And they're racing. Race number 3, the first of 4 turf events, and Start Singing is whistling a sweet tune out of the gate, but doing so high-headed. And with 1 lap to go, the 9-1 shot is in hand and in command. After that, styling and profiling about 2 lengths behind the leader. Next to the first horse is Dreaming Biz, trying to put a nightmare on Start Singing. And on the 3-wide side, it is Icy Will Burn Ya, conspicuously closer than most days as they corner for the first time. That would be nice. Ryder has the green helmet cover, badly trapped right now, and further pinned by Minnesota Nice, who is Minnesota cantankerous when it comes to that trip on the 5. Behind that is With Her Boots On, and the one in last is Gypsy Reward, looking to win 2 in a row in the turf debut, and with a stretch out about 7 lengths from the lead. Number 1 is number 1. It Starts Singing in the queue. Start Singing now has a challenger in the shape of Dreaming Biz. Icy Will Burn Ya close to the pace, just checked badly and went back to second last, overtaken by Styling and Profiling, securing the inside. With Her Boots On is kicking up a storm on the outside, and up goes Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz means Biz at 2.5 to 1. On the outside, Gypsy Reward is finishing with interest, but about 7 lengths behind that 7. Dreaming Biz, who has put a nightmare on the race 3-7. It is Dreaming Biz steamrolling to a 5-length win. Second is the gray Gypsy Reward, and a photo for the show.
Welcome back to the paddock. Hope you're having a rockin' Thursday night right along here with us. Another beautiful, beautiful night. We're going 1 mile on the dirt for race number 4. They're going to come out into the paddock shortly. Just 6 to get through this time as opposed to all those fillies on the turf. But a name and a group that we've seen in the winner's circle quite a bit lately. Loathenbach Stables strike again, and Dreaming Biz comes home with another victory on our turf course. Now again, moving back to the 4th. These ones are optional claimers. 12,500 or N1X condition on this. This is the start of our 50-cent, 10% takeout pick 5. In addition, you can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and supers. We'll start on the rail. He comes out right now. He's 4-1. Hardly a Secret will lead this group out into the paddock. Hardly a Secret is exiting as starter allowance, the last one that they have at Oaklawn Park for the year, going 1 3/4 miles. That's a testing distance for anybody, and Hardly a Secret didn't handle it so well. He was beaten almost 40 lengths. However, he has won 2 of his last 4, and he's won it against similar competition, going a shorter distance, 1 mile and 1 1/16, and he does have a touch of speed to him. That was kind of the outstanding part about these 6. Not many of them are confirmed front runners. This one has been in the past. He has shown a bit more speed than he did down at Oaklawn Park, but a lot of horses do. When they get in those contentious starter allowances, sometimes it can make them look like a less speedy animal than they are. I would hope that he and Ruben Fuentes would at least get close to the early pace, if not set it, as it looks like that would be a good place to be against these other 5. Venture Forth, kind of the same MO for him, but Venture Forth has never really shown speed. He almost got the job done in that 1 3/4 miles race. I mean, again, that's very testing and asks a lot of a horse, but looks like he's bounced out of it very well. He looks good here in the paddock, and this 8-year-old is looking to rack up his 7th career score. His first time touching the Canterbury dirt, but he's racked up wins all over the place. He's not a horse that needs to bring his track with him, and he's a very live contender in here at 5-2. Knievel is 10-1, and this is going to be his first start for Nevada Litvin. This one, too, has shown a touch of pace in the past. I would think that maybe Alonzo Quinones would want to hit the gas out of the gate and get the lead with him. You'll get 10-1 if you do fancy this horse, and Knievel could pull the upset if he does manage to get comfortable on the front end. Nothing wrong with the body of work that he's put together, and he did win his last start on May 7th. Some things to like about the field's long shot at the moment. The field's favorite, and it has been since betting opened, was Twisted Dixie. He is 9-5, and this one is stretching out off sprints for the most part. He has gone 2 turns in 2 of his last 3, but prior to that, all of it was 1-turn racing, and it was very good work by Twisted Dixie. He has hit the board an awful lot of his lifetime starts. Seems like the light bulb's kind of gone on this year, though, as he is 2 for his last 5. Kelsey Haar was in the saddle for both of those wins. She'll be back aboard today, and he is your current favorite at 2-1. Perfect Wager is another dead closer in here. Maybe not dead, I shouldn't say that. He can sit closer to the pace than some, but Harry Hernandez and Perfect Wager have teamed up for his most recent win. That was back in January, though. It was against this level of competition. It was on the dirt. It was a turf paradise, but he did have a very solid pace to chase that day, and I just don't think that's going to be the case this afternoon. You get 4-1 on the horse that's on the screen right now, making an excellent impression down here. Perfect Wager is just frozen, so he'll have to stop, but Soul Coaxing looks excellent out here. He looks to put another win on the board on this main track. And Perfect Wager is still freezing in here. He won't leave the paddock, so Soul Coaxing will make a couple of spins. He did win 2 starts ago. He did that against $30,000 competition down at the fairgrounds. This, I guess, kind of a lateral move. That was a conditioned race. This is even a small drop for Soul Coaxing, and he, too, is capable of sitting close to the pace and maybe making one run, giving Lindy Way to win. I think he'll be the favorite when all is said and done. Right now, he is 4-1 in your 4th choice, but that probably won't last. You see many, many selecting him on the board. They'll be out to the track as soon as possible, as soon as Perfect Wager is willing to join them. But for right now, he's standing his ground. And in the 4th, again, we do have the start of the pick 5. Kevin Gorg will take you through a ticket coming up very shortly. They'll be at the gate in 8 for race number 4. We are getting close to our 50-cent late pick 5, but before we get to that and talk to Kevin about his ticket, just a few reminders of things upcoming here at Canterbury Park, including the Canterbury Park Concert Series. Tickets are now on sale for shows including Everclear, Melissa Etheridge, Cloud Cult, Anderson East, and many more. Check out our website, canterburypark.com, for more information and to get your tickets for the Canterbury Concert Series. A reminder again, on Sunday, we have Bulldog races coming up. It's our very first cute competition of the year with dog racing. It'll return on Sunday again with the Bulldogs starting at 1 p.m. We also have face painting, pony rides for the kids, all kinds of activities for all families' fun. The Taste of Canterbury is coming for the first time here on Saturday with our tacos and tequila event. You can get your tickets online for any Taste of Canterbury event, including Bourbon Whiskey Smokehouse and Asian Culinary Experience on July 30th at our website, canterburypark.com. One final reminder, on Belmont Day, June 11th, we have Seltzer Fest. Come enjoy the third leg of the Triple Crown while sampling through over 100 variations of seltzer. Belmont and Seltzer Fest go beautifully together, and you can get your tickets for that and all the previously mentioned events at canterburypark.com. Kevin Gorg, what do you got for the Pick 5?
Thanks, Ange. Pick 5. I think we're going to spend some money. I've got a $90 ticket built, and first leg, I have 3 of the top 4 contenders, but the 4-horse with Kelsey Haar, who's warming up beautifully, can beat me. I've got the 2 inside horses, Hardly a Secret and Venture Forth, both figure to stay off the pace, save ground, and make a late push. My opinion is the 6-horse, Soul Coaxing with Lindy Wade, might get loose on the front at a decent price. In the second leg of the Pick 5, it could be chaos. I'm going 6 deep on the turf. I think there's going to be a price. I've got the 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 9 in a race that looks absolutely wide open. Now, in race 6, the key to the entire ticket is Angela's Angle horse. I like the lone speed of number 7, Spendaholic, in the 6th. If I can get that horse home, I've got coverage all over this ticket, including another wide-open turf race in race 7. I go 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Now, the 3 is my power play, Joe Phillips. Think he'll get a great trip like he did last time. Think he'll be around 5-1, but I wanted to spread and have some coverage. And if we're alive into the last leg, in race number 8, I've got 2 top contenders. I've got the 4, Your Time's Coming, at 6-1, and I've got the 7, Bayou Prospector, at 12-1. I think there's going to be some bombs along the way. Paige did an excellent job with those graphics. You see my ticket. If you don't want to spend that much, you can pare it down. If you want to add the 4-horse here, go in with some partners in crime and build that ticket. We've still got a little over a minute. They're approaching the gate. It is a 10% takeout. It's the Pick 5 that paid just a couple days ago over $8,400. This sequence has that type of potential, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. Pick 5 time at Canterbury. Get those bets in now, guys.
It's post time, race time, 4th at Canterbury Park, and we have 2 back. And we have 1 out. And they all are in. And they're racing. From the inside, hardly a secret. This spry 8-year-old at 9-5 comes out of the gate showing speed. The well-supported Twisted Dixie. Well-supported every click of the way, but now is 4.5 to 1 actually. Settles into second, about a length and change from Hardly a Secret. That one is now in third, and they've all been overtaken by Soul Coaxing, who gets down to the inside with Lindy Wade for Mac, and they open up by 4. Then we come to Perfect Wager, 3 wide, 2.5 clear from Knievel, looking to win 2 in a row, overtaken by Venture fourth, and that 8-year-old is about 9 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on a sun-splashed Thursday in Shakopee, and putting the pedal to the metal is Lindy Wade with Soul Coaxing, opening up now by 5. Soul Coaxing flying. Hardly a Secret still second to the inside of Perfect Wager. Kelsey is beginning to niggle at Twisted Dixie, 7 out of it, and about to be joined or running away from actually Venture fourth, and the one in last is Knievel, 13 lengths behind Soul Coaxing, and Soul Coaxing has the others doing some soul searching. Hardly a Secret is out of the bag. Twisted Dixie is rolling into second, chasing Soul Coaxing, and they're into the final 250, and Soul Coaxing's feeling the heat. Soul Coaxing shifting ground with a 4-length lead, but nobody is cutting into said margin except for Hardly a Secret. That 8-year-old's trying absolutely as hard as he can, but they ran into a toughie today. It is Soul Coaxing 5. Six, Soul Coaxing first. 6, 1, 4, 2. In the Landry Jones purse, clocked in 138.07. Bath Toil. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Soul Coaxing. Couple of victories for Lindy Wade. The winning owner, Hugh Robertson, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. We had a claim in race number 4, a $12,500 claim. It was number 1, Hardly a Secret. The runner-up was claimed by trainer Patrick Fields for CNR Racing. Patrick Fields wins a 5-way shake for number 1, Hardly a Secret. The new owners, CNR Racing. The 4th is cashable. The post time pick 4, $22.75. The 5th race with a big field looks quite contentious, and it begins our second and final pick 4, 50 cents. Scratch number 11, Atomic Candy. To that beautiful firm turf course, 21 minutes from now. A race provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Thursday began. And they're racing. From the inside, Hardly a Secret. The spry 8-year-old at 9-5 comes out of the gate showing speed. The well-supported Twisted Dixie. Well-supported every click of the way, but now is 4.5-1 actually. Settles into second, about a length and change from Hardly a Secret. That one is now in third, and they've all been overtaken by Soul Coaxing, who gets down to the inside with Lindy Wade for Mac, and they open up by 4. Then we come to Perfect Wager, 3 wide, 2.5 clear from Knievel, looking to win 2 in a row, overtaken by Venture fourth, and that 8-year-old is about 9 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on a sun-splashed Thursday in Shakopee, and putting the pedal to the metal is Lindy Wade with Soul Coaxing, opening up now by 5. Soul Coaxing flying. Hardly a Secret still second to the inside of Perfect Wager. Kelsey is beginning to niggle it. Twisted Dixie 7 out of it, and about to be joined or running away from actually Venture fourth, and the one in last is Knievel, 13 lengths behind Soul Coaxing, and Soul Coaxing has the others doing some soul searching. Hardly a Secret is out of the bag. Twisted Dixie is rolling into second, chasing Soul Coaxing, and they're into the final 250, and Soul Coaxing's feeling the heat. Soul Coaxing shifting ground with a 4-length lead, but nobody is cutting into said margin except for Hardly a Secret. That 8-year-old's trying absolutely as hard as he can, but they ran into a toughie today. It is Soul Coaxing 5. And as they head for the money, Harry Hernandez still has not been challenged with Where's Frankie, and the lead now is 2. It's Where's Frankie from Even Pandora, who's not doing anything. Likewise for Silly Notion and the other 3. And Where's Frankie has won 4 in a row. Where's Frankie, the people's choice, 3. VIP, but Lindy says no. And Extreme VIP giggled at Honey Superman and opens up 2.5. Honey Superman second by a mile. After that, it's Calico Joe. But this one was over when the condition book came out. It's Extreme VIP under a triple hammerlock with style points. Salt of the earth showing off. A storm on the outside, and up goes Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz means Biz at 2.5 to 1. On the outside, Gypsy Reward is finishing with interest, but about 7 lengths behind that 7. Dreaming Biz, who has put a nightmare on the race 3-7. It is Dreaming Biz steamrolling to a 5-length win. Second is the gray Gypsy Reward, and a photo for the show. Dixie is rolling into second, chasing Soul Coaxing, and they're into the final 250, and Soul Coaxing's feeling the heat. Soul Coaxing shifting ground with a 4-length lead, but nobody is cutting into said margin except for Hardly a Secret. That 8-year-old's trying absolutely as hard as he can, but they ran into a toughie today. It is Soul Coaxing 5.
All right, the pick 4 is in the books and the ticket cashed. You're going to get to maybe buy a slice of pizza with the profits, but it was a little chalky. We talked about it. It was going to be skinny early, but I think the mutuals really beef up here in the pick 5. Lots of long shot opportunities. How about our guy in the Star Tribune, Jay Litza? He is a perfect 4 for 4, and he and I both land on a long shot here, which we'll get to momentarily. Number 1 is Papa Rizzo. Papa Rizzo had an aorta smasher last time on this turf course back on May the 19th. Did all the dirty work early at 11 to 1 and got caught on the wire. Inside post, speed once again to attack early, and a jockey that nearly got the money last time in Zeke Lara, 6 to 1. Interesting horse indeed. Here's where Jay Litz and I are matched up on a long shot. We both have number 2. It's a boy. I think Kelsey Haar can come get the money here. There is lots of speed in the race. This horse is a closer that can tuck in behind the 1. Looks good down here in the paddock. Kelsey's brought in some prices before. We're not going to get the morning line at 15 to 1, but Mr. Litz and I are going to get 9 to 1 right now on It's a Boy. Number 3 is Holy Vow. Holy cow, if this horse wins, what an upset that would be. All 3 career wins on the turf. In from Texas, where they run some pretty big races at Lone Star, and 20 to 1. Fans are all about the 4, and lots to like here with Tizona. Number 1, you get the Wong Barn. The Wong Barn already has a win, and guess who their go-to guy is? Harry Hernandez. They teamed up to win race number 1 tonight. Good stalking speed, probably sits right outside that 1 horse and tries to pounce when they turn for home. That's the horse to beat, no doubt about it, the 4, Tizona. Number 5 is Mr. Who, Alonzo Quinones for Tim Padilla. Outstanding connections. Keep an eye on this combo all season. They won a bunch of races in Florida over the winter. They won a bunch of races here last year. Early speed is the key. This horse can clear traffic and be out near the front. I think this horse has a real shot on this type of turf course the way it's been playing lately. It's been kind to speed. Mr. Who is 7 to 1. 6 Days of Glory got the perfect trip last time from an outside post. Can the horse get that trip this time? We'll find out, but certainly on speed figures fits with this group. Number 7, tasty indeed. It's chocolate ice cream. Chad Lindsay gets the call. One start here at Canterbury this season, was stuck from the 12 hole, so that was really a tough post to really contend from. Should improve with a better post here. 8, Exeter. Carlo Lopez for Chip Woolley in from Arizona, another horse with speed. There's so much speed in this race. I think it ends up being a jock's race, but this horse should be right there as they go up the backstretch. Number 9 is War Chest, Luis Fuentes for Carl Broberg, and the Broberg barn claims horses, and they win races. This is what they do. 3 for 39 is pesky, but again, when you're playing the pick 5, there's no way you're not using Broberg in a race like this. This horse fits and fits very well with this field. Don't forget about Where's Jordan. I talked about the speed in the race. This horse is pace dependent. He's a closer, but he should get the pace tonight. There should be speed. Bridgeman can tuck in behind for David Miller and try to charge late and outrun those odds. Those odds right now are a juicy 16-1. If you like big payoffs, this is your race. Take a look at the Exacta, Try, and Superfecta. They should be bountiful. It's wide open. Who do you like? They head to the Canterbury Turf, one of the best betting races of the night. It's race 5 coming up and coming at you next.
The field is on track for race number 5 with 7 minutes to post. They go 1 mile in race number 5 today. $10,000 claimers. Start the 50-cent late pick 4. If you'd like to wager on pick 3s, doubles, exactas, try supers, or win place and show wagers, they are all options in the 5th. Scratch number 11, Atomic Candy. Your 2-1 favorite at the moment is Tizona. We'll go over the pick 4 shortly. It's pick 4 time. So we're going to single a horse in here, and we have an angle to do so. I think that he's going to be probably a little bit south of his morning line, but the angle today is Spendaholic. Spendaholic looks like Lone Speed. He gets the outside post, and in race number 6, I think that he might end up going off probably about 2-1, 5-2, something like that. And of course, this is his resume, if you will. These are his past performances since being claimed by Jonathan Wong. Now you can see that he took him out of a race at Houston. Prior to that, he had been at Delta Downs, then he went over to Turf Paradise, but regardless of the setting, Spendaholic does his best work when he gets clear on the lead. Now, I know that that's not going to be an easy thing in the 6th. There is some speed, but I think that this might be the quickest runner of all of them, and regardless of whether he was at 5,000, in for 6,250, or even against starter allowance foes, which is kind of similar to what he's going to face today, when this horse is up and vying for the lead, he is much more competitive than these last 3 races at Turf Paradise, where you can see he got a little bit further off the pace, tried to make some sort of close, and really couldn't make a lot of headway. Spendaholic is a kind of horse that needs to be involved in the early running, and in a smallish field from the outside post with his brand of speed, I think that Spendaholic is going to get the exact setup that he would want, and thus we are going to single him with the angle in the late pick 4. Now that does start in 4 minutes, and I put together a little ticket. If you want to take a look at the screen now, it's not very expensive. I usually try not to overspend in the late pick 4. $20 will get you this ticket, and he is the single in race number 6, but we do start out in the 5th. I kind of took a different approach with the horses that I used in here, because even though it looks like the pace is going to be very hot on paper, somehow Papa Rizzo seems to find himself clear quite a bit when he's on this turf course. I had to use him. I'm not a huge fan of Tizona, but I didn't think that there would be a big favorite in this spot, so I tried to take a couple with speed and a couple who could come from off it. Now, Days of Glory made a good impression on the track, but Mr. Who was my top pick in here, as well as the top pick of Paul Allen. This horse is more versatile than I think the other 3 that I've put in the mix. Alonso Quinones got to know him in their last 2 starts together. He put him very close to the pace last time when they were on the turf course at Tampa, and Mr. Who responded very well. He had the lead at the head of the stretch. He was against open $10,000 claimers. These are conditioned ones, and I think that Mr. Who will at least be in a good position turning for home, if not in front. We already talked about Spendaholic. Hopefully he can get a clean break and get into the position that he would like to be. The morning line favorite King of the Court is dropping in class, and he's dropping big time, but he has dropped previously in his last couple of starts. I am against King of the Court in that spot, as the drops have not improved this horse's form over his last few starts. We go on to the turf again for race number 7 and for race number 8, and I did spread out more in the 7th than I did the 8th race. This just looked like a wide open 7th to me. I end up with Joe Phillips on top. I don't do it with a whole bunch of confidence. You see some horses who have been racing against straight 3-year-olds, going against their elders. They can make a lot of noise in there. Cave Hill gets a rider change, but he makes sense in that spot. There's just a lot of different angles and a lot of small things that are going to make a difference in the 7th. I don't think that the pace is going to be favoring one or the other. I think it's going to be very fair and honest. So that's where I spread the most. I cut things down in race number 8. We do scratch the one, go for gold in there, but I didn't think that made a huge ton of difference. I didn't see a ton of speed in here. And as you saw Lindy Wade do with Soul Coaxing, I think he wants to send Martini Blue right to the lead. This horse is stretching out off a sprint. He did show a degree of pace in there, but they went 21-4, 44-4. They're not going to do that in race 8. And if Martini Blue gets out to the front, that problem that he's had just getting right up to the leader and not necessarily going by like he did last time won't be an issue. If he's in front, he probably will be in front by a good margin early. If he doesn't take to the turf, if he can't last the 2 turns, Your Time's Coming made the most sense to me. So I just cut it down to those 2, and that's how you get the $20 ticket. You've got 1 minute to put pick 4s in. They're heading out very shortly to the turf course for race number 5. Paul Allen will take you through it next.
Arriving at the starting gate, it's race time. Into the gate for the 5th middle stages of our Thursday night extravaganza. Tizona, 9-5. Where's Jordan? Last in line. It's turf time at Canterbury Park. And they're racing from the center. Lindy Wade and Days of Glory pop out of the gate with speed. Paparizzo and Zeke Laura have the best speed with 1 lap to go at 5-1. Paparizzo able to get clear by a length and a half. Tizona takes up the running after that. Then we come back to Days of Glory. That one outbroke the field, but it is now 4 lengths from an ever-increasing and fast early pace. Exeter overtakes the 2 and the 6, rolling up to 3rd, doing so wide. And those 5 are sardined by 4. And they've gone 2.5, 3 lengths clear from War Chest, who is a big margin away from Mr. Who. That one is joined by Chocolate Ice Cream. The 8-year-old is 13, 14 lengths from the lead. And in last is Where's Jordan. Make that second last. Where's Jordan far out of it, but not as far as Holy Vow. And Holy Vow is in need of more than divine intervention to win this one. Paparizzo trying to go wire to wire. Paparizzo leads it by 2. Tizona takes up the running, likewise for Exeter to the outside. Then we come to It's a Boy. That one's sequestered but on the move. Behind that, Days of Glory outside War Chest. Mr. Who not firing 12 out of it, joined by Where's Jordan. Paparizzo has company in the shape of It's a Boy. An AC Doocy race out, 5 to the good of War Chest, closing fast on the outside. It's a Boy, Paparizzo, War Chest cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. 9-2-1 in race 5. Number 9, War Chest, ran first. Photography for the rest. Fifth race official. Couple of claims in race number 5. Number 7, Chocolate Ice Cream, claimed by Carl Broberg for End Zone Athletics. 10K for that claim. And likewise for number 8, Exeter, Gabrielle Silva is the owner-trainer. Number 8, Exeter, claimed Silva, and Chocolate Ice Cream, claimed Broberg End Zone. Pick 3 from race 3, $64.70 for 50 cents. The 9-2 Exacta, $42.10. 9-2-1 Trifecta, $126.35. The 10-cent Superfecta paid $228 for a dime. That's the top 4 finishers in a given race. Race 6, 22 minutes from now, no scratches. Into the winner's enclosure, it is War Chest and Luis Fuentes. Couple of victories for Luis. Rocket Wrench Racing are the winning owners, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. June 11th at Canterbury is Seltzer Fest. It's Belmont Stakes Day, and we have more than 100 variations of seltzer. That is Saturday, June 11th, Seltzer Fest. CanterburyPark.com for information. And they're racing from the center. Lindy Wade and Days of Glory pop out of the gate with speed. Paparizzo and Zeke Laura have the best speed with 1 lap to go at 5-1. Paparizzo able to get clear by a length and a half. Tizona takes up the running after that. Then we come back to Days of Glory. That one outbroke the field, but it is now 4 lengths from an ever-increasing and fast early pace. Exeter overtakes the 2 and the 6, rolling up to third, doing so wide. And those 5 are sardined by 4. And they've gone 2.5, 3 lengths clear from War Chest, who is a big, big margin away from Mr. Who. That one is joined by Chocolate Ice Cream. The 8-year-old is 13, 14 lengths from the lead. And in last is Where's Jordan. Make that second last. Where's Jordan far out of it, but not as far as Holy Vow. And Holy Vow is in need of more than divine intervention to win this one. Paparizzo trying to go wire to wire. Paparizzo leads it by 2. Tizona takes up the running, likewise for Exeter to the outside. Then we come to It's a Boy. That one sequestered but on the move. Behind that, Days of Glory outside War Chest. Mr. Who not firing 12 out of it, joined by Where's Jordan. Paparizzo has company in the shape of It's a Boy. An AC Doocy race out, 5 to the good of War Chest, closing fast on the outside. It's a Boy, Paparizzo, War Chest cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. 9-2-1 in race 5.
probably say Michael Jackson. Not sure if we'll see something like that as far as dancing and singing. Probably definitely not in my lifetime, or maybe ever again. He was, he was, one of the few people I think I would have met and been actually like starstruck, I think.
We'll just go with the same as last year, Morgan Wallen.
Adam Levine. I mean, I like the way he sings.
Bad Bunny. His music, I don't know, it gives me energy. When I wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning on my way to the track, like I just put Bad Bunny's music and I get hype.
George Strait or Dwight Yo.
Eminem. I think he's a really good rapper. And I think it's the only rapper I can understand what he's actually saying.
Silvestre Dangond.
I love the Killers. They're just a great band. Also, lots of good memories from high school.
I love Michael Bublé because he can sing very different styles.
Carl Broberg is a horse or a trainer that always seems to find the right horse at the right time. Warchest off the claim, gets the money. Really good ride, too, by Luis Fuentes, saving his best for last. Couple of long shots, couple of horses up near the front looked like they had a chance to upset the apple cart, but the pick 5 still with a nice 5-1 here in the middle. And now comes a race where you kind of get some separation because literally, if you put this ticket together, you probably either single to 7, like a lot of us in the press box, or you went with some depth to your ticket. And frankly, there are some horses in here that absolutely fit the mold. And one of them is the horse I have second in my analysis. That's the one, El Centenario for Troy Bethke. Lindy Wade's a guy that's going to win some races for Troy this summer, and I like the trip they got last time. This horse ran a really good race at a shorter distance, was closing ground at 5.5. Now with that extra half furlong can make some serious noise, and if somebody goes with the favorite early and the pace is hot, I think this horse at double-digit odds with a jockey that I trust and a trainer that gets him ready and fit. I just think this horse fits. If you're going to put together an exactor trifecta, I would give this horse a very long look. Number 2 is King of the Court. You get Harry Hernandez. That's good. Chris Richard, he's doing some good things training, and this horse loves Canterbury. 5 career starts, 3 for 5 as far as wins go. Used to have early speeds, been breaking slow out of the gate. If this horse can get out of the gate, could be prominent, and another horse at 9-2 that certainly has the speed figures to contend with this bunch. Number 3 is Seeking Justice for Nevada Litvin. Luis Valenzuela gets the call. Like the one horse, this horse was charging late, made a huge move against Rusty Cage, who was on the lead that particular night. Another horse that should like the extra half furlong, a horse that has won at Oaklawn Park, so absolutely fits with these, and you get 10-1. Number 4 is Marden. Crystal Conning gets the call for Chip Willie. You get a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, a horse in from Arizona, and a horse that won last time out. Back on May the 6th, has been freshened since, so off a win, in good form. A good barn, and there you go, 5-2. Number 5 is Fender Bender. Kelsey Haar gets the call here for Nancy Sheehan. It's a girl thing. This horse, 14 tries at Canterbury, 7 for 14 in the money. So this horse tends to hang around and get a slice, and the girls on the board at 7-1. Number 6 is the Minnesota bred Herbie. Herbie doesn't win often at Canterbury, but he sure shows up. 1 for 15 in terms of wins, but 12 for 15 in the money. So top 3, 12 out of 15. He's got early speed. He should be prominent. And I'll tell you one thing, the 6 looks fabulous down here in the walking ring. Good-looking coat, ears up, tail off the hind at 10-1. Yep, right into my tries and superfectas. I like what I'm seeing from Herbie. My top pick in the race is the 7, Spendaholic. To me, it's all about, can the horse get loose? I trust Luis Negron, and I know all about the Wong Barn. The Wong Barn can bring him ready to go. Needs the lead and needs to be clear. There is other speed like the 2 and like the 6, but I think the 7 gets clear and can take them all the way. Don't like the price right now at 9-5, but I sure like the horse. He's the one to catch, and he's my pick 5 single. It's race 6 at 6 furlongs. My favorite type of race, the hard-knocking Claimers of Canterbury. This is a good one to bet. Get your money in now. They'll be at the gate in around 8 minutes. Right now, they go to the track. We get the call to the post.
Testing. Hi, Canterbury Park. My name is Megan down in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle, and we are going to play Jim Beanbags. But this time we have a little twist. We have foam diamonds instead of beanbags. First we have Christina, and then we have Rachel. They will each be taking a toss to find out if they are a winner of a daily double pack. Good luck, ladies. Woo! A great toss by Christina. And now Rachel. That's okay. We still have great prizes for everyone. We'll get some free admission passes for you. If you want to play a game just like this, come to the info booth and we will get you set up. Thank you.
Here they come. They've reached the starting gate, and it's post time for race 6. The penultimate thoroughbred heat, race 7 on the turf. King of the Court, 8-5. Spendaholic, the last in line. They're racing. King of the Court had a very rough start. The speedy King of the Court pinched right back to last, and that paves the way for Spendaholic to become a Speedaholic. And Spendaholic opens up by 1. In second is the 10-year-old Herbie, the spry Minnesotan, showing some speed into the far turn. After that, El Centenario, a recovering King of the Court, is taken to the outside by Hernandez and has gone from 5th to 4th, right up to 3rd, about 2 lengths from the lead. El Centenario is the 1-5 out of it to the inside, joined by Marden, and making a sharp move to the outside. Seeking Justice rolls up to 3rd, and they're all chasing Spendaholic, who continues to tug them along, but Spendaholic is being shaken up hard. Outside of that is Herbie, even farther out, Seeking Justice. Behind them, El Centenario, King of the Court on that big class drop, looking to split runners, and also in tightly is Fender Bender. Inside, Marden's making a big move. Wow! Football field to go. Marden. Between them is Herbie. And outside Seeking Justice. But Marden took the road least traveled and prevailed. Number 4, Marden, ran first. Fender Bender second at 14-1. Herbie third at 15-1. Seeking Justice fourth. 4-5, 6-3, it's unofficial. There was a claim in race number 6, a $4,000 claim. Number 3, Seeking Justice, was claimed by Jonathan Wong, the new owner-trainer. That's from race 6. Seeking Justice claimed Wong. Race number 6 is official, and entering the winner's enclosure, it is Marden and Crystal Conning. The winning owners, Benny Woolley and Mitchell Cathy. The winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. Another big superfecta, $93 for a dime. 4563. Exacta $27.80. 50-cent trifecta $100 and a nickel. Double from race 5, 24 and change. And the pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $43 Marden. We come now to the 7th. It's our final turf race today. Number 5, Cave Hill, is ridden by Luis Negron. Post time for the 7th, about 8:15. And they're racing. King of the Court had a very rough start. The speedy King of the Court pinched right back to last, and that paves the way for Spendaholic to become a Speedaholic. And Spendaholic opens up by 1. In second is the 10-year-old Herbie, the spry Minnesotan, showing some speed into the far turn. After that, El Centenario, a recovering King of the Court, is taken to the outside by Hernandez and has gone from 5th to 4th, right up to 3rd, about 2 lengths from the lead. El Centenario is the 1-5 out of it to the inside, joined by Marden, and making a sharp move to the outside. Seeking Justice rolls up to 3rd, and they're all chasing Spendaholic, who continues to tug them along, but Spendaholic is being shaken up hard. Outside of that is Herbie, even farther out, Seeking Justice. Behind them, El Centenario, King of the Court on that big class drop, looking to split runners, and also in tightly is Fender Bender. Inside, Marden's making a big move. Wow! Football field to go. Marden. Between them is Herbie, and outside Seeking Justice. But Marden took the road least traveled and prevailed.
What a ride by Crystal Conning. Boy, we talk about it a lot, but the jockey colony and the depth of talent. This young lady doesn't get a ton of mounts, but when she gets them, she gives them really good rides. Snuck in there, saved the ground, and Marden gets the money in race number 6. Now we move to a separator. I thought when you handicap this race card, the rubber met the road right here in race 7. It's a wide open 1 mile grass race. Let's handicap it up. My pick 5 just went down the drain, so now we got to find a try. We got to find a superfecta. We got to find some value. Number 1 is Robinson, inside post. That's a good thing. Chironis rides. That's a good thing. And Valerie Lund trains. So lots to like. And I think the horse should get a great ground-saving trip. Now, can the horse make up enough ground to get the money? There is speed in the race. Robinson's a horse that likes to lay back early and make one run, and you're going to get 9-1. Number 2 is Mr. Banjo Man. What to do with this horse? I'm telling you, a couple years ago, this horse had stardom in his sights. It's been a bit of a mixed bag as far as results, but you are getting Mac Robertson, a near 50% trainer at 7-1. Before you open up the form, if you see Mac Robertson at 7-1, you can bet this guy in the blind. He's such a good conditioner. You get Luis Valenzuela, which tells me they're going to show speed. That's a jockey that also rides quarter horses. He likes to go out of the gate. This horse has talent. This horse has speed, and you're getting a very nice price on Mr. Banjo Man. All that being said, I am betting and I am touting number 3. I like Joe Phillips. I've got some good friends here getting ready to saddle up the horse. I had him last time. He won, and I think he gets the same trip. I think he can sit off the pace, let the speed do what it's going to do, and then pounce around the turn. I love the ride that Carlo Lopez gave this horse last time out. I think we get a similar trip. He'll get tested for class. The waters are deeper, but I like the price at 7-1. I like Joe Phillips to get the money here in race 7. Number 4 is taking money, and boy, our Star Tribune handicapper Jay Litz has been on fire. He hit the first 4 races tonight. He loves Agent Peter Graves. So does Negative Dave out in Arizona, so buyer beware. But boy, you talk about the speed of the speed. Jermaine Bridgeman on a horse that can really fly early. That's the horse to catch, no doubt in my mind. 7-2, it's Agent Peter Graves. Put Luis Negron on the 5, Cave Hill. In from Glitzy Keeneland, the big gray should have a touch of closing kick. The horse looks fabulous here in the walking ring. 6, Mark in Greeley, Zeke. Laura gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf, another trainer we trust, another horse that loves the Canterbury turf, and another horse that'll lay way back early and come charging down the stretch. 7, Thorn Hill Cat. Ruben Fuentes gets the call. 3 consecutive turf figures in the 70s. So this horse fits, has 11 career wins, and should get a great stalking trip on the board at near 5-1. Next is Joker Matt. Harry Hernandez, the red-hot jockey, with speed. He'll have to go from that tricky post, and the fans have fallen in love with Great Britain. Why not? The Jubilee going on overseas with the Queen. You got Diodoro, you got Lindy Wade, you got lots to like, except for the post and except for the price. 2-1, the fans believe this is the horse to beat. Turf racing, it doesn't get any better at Canterbury. The average mutual into week 3 is near 10-1. On the winners on our turf course, so look for some value, try to cash some bets. Nothing better than grass races in Shakopee. They'll be at the gate inside 9 minutes. Right now, the bugler and the call to the post. Good luck.
In 7 minutes, race 7 will take off. No scratches, nothing to report really here. We'll go to the turf for race number 7. They go 1 mile. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent super, double and pick 3 wagers, all available in the upcoming 7th race. The favorites on the outside at 8-5, your current choice, Great Britain, with 7 minutes to post. Once they get through the post parade and on their way out to warm-ups, we're going to have a little Finish the Lyric down here in Winner's Circle. Stay tuned. All right, Canterbury Park, we are down here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle for Finish the Lyric. I'm joined today by Aaron and Marcel. They're going to be doing a duet for us, and of course, they're going to be playing for a Mystic Lake Resort card. It's $20 to the winner. I mean, if you guys don't get it, you still get some admission passes. What we're going to do is we're going to put 20 seconds worth of a song up there on the board with the lyrics. Once those 20 seconds are up, we're going to cut it, and it's going to be up to you guys. You guys are going to sing the next couple bars for us. And if the audience thinks that you have done an adequate job of finishing the lyric, you will get the resort card. If not, you'll get admission passes, but we're going to do our best to get you a win. So, are you two ready?
Yes.
All right, if you want to turn around and look at the big screen, TV is going to start up the music.
I just want to see some palm trees. I will try and shake away this disease.
Okay, that was pretty perfect. That was pretty perfect. I think you guys finished the lyric beautifully. What do you say? Do we give them the $20 to Mystic Lake? I think that's a win. That's a win. Nice job, both of you. Thank you both for joining us down here for Finish the Lyric, and enjoy your time down at Mystic Lake and the rest of your night out here.
Thank you.
If you want to finish the lyric down here with us at some point, if you want to do any of the promotions that we have, you can see what we have going on every day at First Level Information Booth. Check out our website, canterburypark.com, for more details on upcoming promotions and fun things that we do down here in the Winner's Circle, just like this. We're 3 minutes away from the 7th. They'll be out on the turf shortly.
It is now post time. Post time for the 7th race and our final turf race tonight. Great Britain, last in line. Here they come, and they're racing. And Joe Phillips, in search of 2 in a row, pops out of the gate sweetly from the center. Joker Matt is that 8 taking second, and there goes Great Britain. The rider Lindy Wade, 4.5 to 1, trying to win 3 races on the card. And we have 3 astern around the turn, and the early pace is very hot. 2.5 lengths behind that, Minnesotan Mr. Banjo Man, 3 out of it. Now he's 2.5 lengths clear from Joker Matt. Then it's a big gap back to Thornhill Cat. The 8-year-old is about 10, 11 lengths from the lead, and Thornhill Cat is 5 clear from the White Horse, who is Cave Hill, 3rd last. After that, it's Mark and Greeley, and the one at the tail is Robinson, trying to win 2 in a row and would have to do it from 18 lengths out of it, but that one's on the move. Into the far turn they go, and we have quite the skirmish on for the lead into the far turn. Between them, it is Agent Peter Graves. Outside of that, Great Britain's making a big move to the outside of that 4. Then on the inside, Mr. Banjo Man, Joe Phillips right behind them. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Joker Mac, who better start cracking the jokes. About 8 lengths out of it. 5.5, 6 clear from Thornhill Cat. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. On the inside, Agent Peter Graves. Between them is Great Britain, who is languishing. Joe Phillips is striding out to the outside. So is Robinson. But they're chasing Agent Peter Graves, and they're chasing in vain. Agent Peter Graves on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle. Number 4, Agent Peter Graves. First. A photo for the rest. We had a claim in race 7. Claimed for $12,500 was number 5, Cave Hill. The new trainer, Larry Donlin. The new owners, Cavello Veloci Stables. That's race 7. Claim, number 5, Cave Hill. Donlin, Veloci Stables. In the winner's enclosure, Agent Peter Graves and Jermaine Bridgemahan. The winning owner is Linda Jaquette, and the winning trainer, Scott Young. Pick 3, 48 and change. The 50-cent trifecta, $249.50, chalk all odds. 10-cent superfecta, $283 for a dime. 4831, paid nearly $300 for a dime. 134.44, the final time. The 8th race takes off about 22 minutes from now. Actually, that's our final turf race. Scratch number 1, go for gold. 8 battle on the beautiful turf course, 19 minutes from now. Here they come, and they're racing. And Joe Phillips, in search of 2 in a row, pops out of the gate sweetly from the center. Joker Matt is that 8, taking second, and there goes Great Britain. The rider Lindy Wade, 4.5 to 1, trying to win 3 races on the card. And we have 3 astern around the turn, and the early pace is very hot. 2.5 lengths behind that, Minnesotan Mr. Banjo Man, 3 out of it. Now he's 2.5 lengths clear from Joker Matt. Then it's a big gap back to Thornhill Cat. The 8-year-old is about 10, 11 lengths from the lead, and Thornhill Cat is 5 clear from the white horse, who is Cave Hill, 3rd last. After that, it's Mark and Greeley, and the one at the tail is Robinson, trying to win 2 in a row and would have to do it from 18 lengths out of it, but that one's on the move. Into the far turn they go, and we have quite the skirmish on for the lead into the far turn. Between them, it is Agent Peter Graves. Outside of that, Great Britain's making a big move to the outside of that 4. Then on the inside, Mr. Banjo Man, Joe Phillips right behind them. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that to Joker Mac, who better start cracking the jokes. About 8 lengths out of it. 5.5, 6 clear from Thornhill Cat. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. On the inside, Agent Peter Graves. Between them is Great Britain, who is languishing. Joe Phillips is striding out to the outside. So is Robinson, but they're chasing Agent Peter Graves, and they're chasing in vain. Agent Peter Graves on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle.
We're back in studio to bring you race number 8 and to talk about a little something that we have coming up on Saturday. Of course, that's the next time that we're going to race. We'll start at 5 p.m. And since that's, going to be 5 p.m. somewhere, it's going to be here, and it's going to be tacos and tequila. If you would like to get your tickets for Taste of Canterbury and try out the newest experience that we have to supplement your day at the races, it is the Taste of Canterbury. You'll want to check out CanterburyPark.com. You can get your tickets there. It's $50. You get a couple of drinks. You get you can get all the tacos that you'd like. We would have some here to go with the tequila. I don't know. Kevin must have ate them.
Non-stop tacos is a good
that
thing.
good.
And if you can wash it down with high-end tequila and you can bet on horses, I don't know what else you got planned on Saturday, but this is where you should be.
Your Saturday night plans are not better than tacos and tequila. So get here, get your tickets online, and hopefully we can make you a little bit of cash in the last 3 to pay for those tickets. So you can just do it on house money and come enjoy your Saturday out here at the park.
Angela Herman will take you through the last 2 races, which are both really cool quarter horse dashes. If you're here on track with us, get right down by the rail. They come thundering down the stretch in a straight line, usually close finishes. We've got wide open races. The young lady to my left last night, boom, boom, boom. All 3 quarter horse races with a 7-2 shot in the middle. She's perfect so far this year, but I tell you what, the waters are deep tonight. Those are 2 tough races. Let's try to make you some money here in race number 8. If you're alive in the pick 5, we just saw the payoffs. They're very juicy. I think you said the lowest was near 800, so good luck there. I'll take a look at horse 2 here. And Southern Pecan, Kelsey Haar gets the mount for Robert Klein in from Oaklawn Park. Good bloodlines for the turf. The dam is a King Mambo, and those horses tend to love the lawn. This is the turf debut. I like the speed. I like the post. But again, the fans are saying you got to prove it here at 11-1.
Fair enough. I thought that she would contribute to the pace, as will the 3, Martini Blue, no doubt. He comes out of a sprint last time. It looked like he had every shot at Bugler in that spot, and Martini Blue just couldn't quite finish the drill. So they're going to stretch him out. They're going to move him over to turf. And I would imagine that they'll see if Martini Blue can take this field all the way on the front. Last time that he was going 2 turns, he was at Keeneland. He had the lead for a good part of the way, but he folded at Keeneland. Big deal. This is a whole different ball game. This is your low payout in the pick 5, and it's still over $780. I'm hoping that Martini Blue can find that winning instinct again, as it has been since December of 2020, since he has hit pay dirt.
There's my top pick up on the screen. I like the 4 a lot here. Your time's coming. 6-1 morning line. That was a pipe dream for Dan Lynch's horse. Gary Shear's one of my favorite trainers, and I love Fairground Shippers. They're winning everywhere. Jermaine Bridgemahan, he's rock solid too. He looks to go back to back. I like the 4 here. I don't like the price.
I would love the price on Coastal Waters if I had put him on top. I took him 3rd, but Remus Chirinos and Valerie Lund will team up with him. As you mentioned, Jermaine Bridgemahan is on the 4. He rode this horse to his first victory last time out. That was in a Tampa maiden special weight. He was well bet that day, too. Coastal Waters really has seemed to step up his game in recent times. Coastal Waters took a lot of money. He lived up to it. He should get pace in here. I don't know if he's going to get quite what he needs, but Coastal Waters will be coming late.
How about the price on the 6, Thick Haze? This horse, 3 career tries on the Canterbury Turf Course, 3 career wins, looks great in the paddock. This is the value on the board right now at 5-1. I'm a little surprised by that, but you get Joel Burnt, who's winning everything right now. One of his go-to riders, Luis Fuentes, like the 5 Coastal Waters, should make a late move, but unlike the 5, probably going to be a little closer early to the pace.
Yeah, he should be in a good spot. They already won one earlier on the turf. Why couldn't Thick Haze make it 4 for 4? Bayou Prospector looks for his first win on our turf course. He was at Turfway Park this winter, and those races, no matter what level of claiming they were very salty, and he managed to finish 4th last time. He wasn't beaten too far. He comes back up here as a fresh horse with some good works for Tony Rengstorff. Ruben Fuentes will be in the saddle, and you're getting 11-1. Not a bad mix altogether if you're looking for a little bit of value in this spot with Bayou Prospector.
Same thing with the 8 King Nate. Just won here against Softer, but I like the way the horse did it. Flew late to do it. Fuentes hops off. You get Izzy Hernandez, 1 for 1 on the Canterbury Turf for King Nate. I think a trifecta and superfecta player at a nice price at 8-1.
If you're looking for a consistent sort, he's on the screen right now. Bob's All In. Rarely misses the superfecta. Doesn't win as much as he used to. He is 9 for 70 lifetime. Kind of cool to see a 7-year-old that started 21 times last year still come back and still be at it. He won by 3 last time. Carlo Lopez is in the saddle. This is a little tick up in class, but Bob's All In is at 7-1. Pretty fair mutual if you do like the old-timer to try to teach the youngsters something.
Yeah, great race. Here you see the grid of picks kind of spread out a little bit. And another great race on the turf where you can box them up in trifectas and superfectas. Angela Herman will take you through races 9 and 10. And stay tuned because our track announcer, Paul Allen, who's been red hot, including the Preakness winner at $13, he's got a chaser coming up for you right after the call to the post. Enjoy.
What's going on, everybody? Your announcer is here, otherwise known as the Chaser. And love that these were added because those of us who chase at the end of race cards when we lose money, we end up potentially diving into things like that. So with this 8th race, our final thoroughbred race, the Chaser has identified a horse on whom I'm going to be chasing, and it's this guy. The Chaser... The Chaser is going to go after Bob's All In. Now, when it comes to Bob's All In, this one is heating up. Bob's All In won last time, has good early speed. Now, you know, we take a peek at the situation on the turf, and we only have 3 victories out of 21 starts. 41,000 of the 124 is made on the turf. So we're hoping Bob's All In is heating up and is relatively close to the pace. But chasers go all in, so we have to take this horse. It's at the end of a card where we got stuck in the pick 5, we got bounced in the pick 4, and we need something to get us over the hump. The Chaser is releasing Bob's All In because chasers go all in, and hopefully that doesn't mean going all in with these fine festivities in front of me. Let's go, Bob. It is now post time for the 8th race. And they're moving in line. Bob's all in, last in line. 8 in the gate, race 8, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Martini Blue in the turf debut at 5-2 pops the gate stylishly, and Martini Blue is now joined by Southern Pecan, and at 30-1, Southern Pecan and Miss Kelsey Har have grabbed the lead, trying to trigger a parimutuel puzzler. After that, we come back to Thick Haze, the Minnesotan looking to win 4 in a row off the layoff, just to the outside of that 4, about 3 lengths from the lead, and about 2.5 clear from Bob's All In. That one covers up Coastal Warrior in search of 2 in a row and sequestered. Outside of Coastal Warrior is Bayou Prospector, and the one back in last is King Nate, but only 7 lengths from the lead as they went zinging around the first turn, but the pace conspicuously slows down into the far turn, and that long shot still is showing the way. Southern Pecan, but now joined and passed in kind as Martini Blue goes on the move. Thick Haze is still 3 wide. Outside of that, Bayou Prospector, then we come back to Your Time's Coming, 4 lengths from the lead to the inside of Bob's All In, and on the far outside, beginning to make a sweeping move is Bayou Prospector, 8 out of it, and the one in last is Coastal Warrior, and here they come in race 8, and now up top, taking the lead is Thick Haze, looking to win 4 in a row and off a layoff. Behind that, Bob's All In, surging along with Bayou Prospector. It is Thick Haze from Bob, but Thick Haze is too good and prevails by 2. 6-9-8 in race 8. Number 6, Thick Haze, ran first. 6-9-8-5 in race 8. The 8th race is official. $33.70 for the exacta. Trifecta paid big. 10-cent superfecta 117. On a night, the superfectas at Canterbury have paid terrifically. Final pick 4, $233. Pick 5, a shade under $1,000 for 50 cents. The 9th race begins the final double. Number 6, Waymaker, is ridden by Ron Beverly Jr. That's race 9, about 20 minutes from now. Impressive effort by Thick Haze, who has won 4 in a row. 3 victories tonight for jockey Luis Fuentes. Thick Haze is owned by Lothenbach Stables and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. The victorious Thick Haze was bred in Minnesota and is a 4-year-old bay son of Painter from the distorted humor mare, Vapor Cloud. The gate for race 8, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Martini Blue in the turf debut at 5-2 pops the gate stylishly, and Martini Blue is now joined by Southern Pecan, and at 30-1, Southern Pecan and Miss Kelsey Har have grabbed the lead, trying to trigger a parimutuel puzzler. After that, we come back to Thick Haze, the Minnesotan, looking to win 4 in a row off the layoff. Just to the outside of that 4, about 3 lengths from the lead, and about 2.5 clear from Bob's All In. That one covers up Coastal Warrior in search of 2 in a row and sequestered. Outside of Coastal Warrior is Bayou Prospector, and the one back in last is King Nate, but only 7 lengths from the lead as they went zinging around the first turn, but the pace conspicuously slows down into the far turn, and that long shot still is showing the way. Southern Pecan, but now joined and passed in kind as Martini Blue goes on the move. Thick Haze is still 3 wide. Outside of that, Bayou Prospector, then we come back to Your Time's Coming, 4 lengths from the lead to the inside of Bob's All In, and on the far outside, beginning to make a sweeping move is Bayou Prospector, 8 out of it, and the one in last is Coastal Warrior, and here they come in race 8, and now up top, taking the lead is Thick Haze, looking to win 4 in a row and off a layoff. Behind that, Bob's All In, surging along with Bayou Prospector. It is Thick Haze from Bob, but Thick Haze is too good and prevails by 2. 6-9-8 in
It's quarter horse time. We move over from the turf to quarter horse racing. We have a couple to close us out tonight, not state bred stakes like last night. Instead, we have 2-year-olds to lead us into action for the late double. And a lot of pairs coming from different stables here. We have a pair from the Norton stable, the Hanson stable, Hibshaw, and Olmsted. But on top, I opted to take one that's coming solo from the Ed Ross Hardy camp. However, we'll start on the inside. Jumpin' Jetta, or Jet and Jetta, just came out here into the paddock. She is one of the more experienced members in here, 2 starts lifetime, and they look very similar on paper. She did break better last time when still an Eddie Willis trainee, but she finished 5th both times, beating a length and 3/4. Didn't really take a whole bunch of money either. Usually that barn gets bet down in Oklahoma, but went off at 16 and 14 to 1 respectively. Vic Hansen will put blinkers on her today, and Frank will get in the saddle. She is your current 8 to 5 favorite, the selection of many people upstairs. Have you seen my Corona is 21 to 1 at the moment, 1 of 2 from the Norton camp. This filly ran 8th in her debut down at Remington Park. That was a 250 yards, didn't take a lot of action, really didn't do a whole bunch of running throughout, really didn't pick up her feet, but she got in behind horses, and have you seen my Corona probably gained a lot from that experience. Miss Streak and Eyes is going to debut today for the Hibshaw stable. Just 2 works to this one. You can see both of them out of the gate. Neither one particularly in a hurry. Kelsey Harr will be aboard Miss Streak and Eyes, who debuts with blinkers, as you can see down here in the paddock, and front wraps. Miss Streak and Eyes, though, did improve just a touch when she came back to the gate, I suppose. 17 and 19, never mind. Reverse order on that one. 12 to 1, the price on Miss Streak and Eyes. 5 Bar Dreamer is 1 of 2 from the Olmsted camp. Valenzuela will be aboard this one. That 4 to 1 morning line is currently 5 to 1 on the board. 5 Bar Dreamer has three works down at Will Rogers, and those again got a little bit better when she went from the gate from March to April. Came up here and just got one in. It was kind of just, I guess, a prep work for this one on the 27th. 9 to 2 is the price that you'll get on her. She debuts with blinkers as well. Moon Glory, another first timer. This one from the Stein barn has a lot of works to him. He, in fact, has 5 to get ready that are published for this, and also blinkers for that first-timer, Moon Glory. 19 to 1 the price. Vega will get in the saddle on this one. And they kind of got mixed results out of those gate works from Moon Glory, but at least you know that he knows what he's in for when he goes to the gate. Waymaker, another first-timer, another one with blinkers. Beverly will be the rider on this one. Change that up with Waymaker. The 6 in here is 20 to 1, and this filly has the same pattern of works as her stablemate, 5 Bar Dreamer, but 5 Bar Dreamer appeared to get the better of this one in that first work that they put in on March 15th. A Jumpin' Chick is my selection in here. She's got a little bit rowdy when Carrot's got in the saddle, but A Jumpin' Chick does have 1 start to her credit. That was on May 8th earlier this month, only beaten a length and a quarter. They put the blinkers on here. There's a lot of things in this guy's corner, including that experience, but he looks very much on his toes. And right now you get 4 to 1 for A Jumpin' Chick's second start of his career. Hot Splash Dash is the other Vic Hansen runner, both of them taking some money right now, but this one the much better price at 8 to 1. This is the one I kind of preferred between the two, mostly because the other one drew the rail, but Hot Splash Dash ran very well at first asking. That was on April 10th. She regressed a little bit when she stepped up against state-bred maiden special weights, basically, down in Oklahoma. But she was 23 and 25 to 1. Didn't really take a whole bunch of action either way. She's much more live on the board tonight. Says That Ain't So, the other Hibshaw runner, another first-timer, 3 works to show on the page, and he gets Cervantes in the saddle for his first start. Make It Captain on the outside did run against Hot Splash Dash, the 8 in here. Actually outbroke that one and led him for a good part of the way, but was run down by the wire. Make It Captain should improve off that start, and right now you'll get 8 to 1. Not much experience on the board, but a lot of us like the same sort of animals. 1, 7, and 8, as you can see the grid up there. Your 8 to 5 favorite, the inside drawn of the Vic Hansen runners, Jet and Jetta, with 6 minutes to post. You'll probably get a little bit more time than that to bet the late double if you'd like. You can do exactas, tries, and supers as well. They're headed out to the track now for the first of our 2 quarter horse races.
It is now post time for the 9th race. The Thursday penultimate, back at it Saturday at 5 p.m. And Sunday, Pepsi Family Day, Bulldog Racing, and all of the regular fantastic kids activities, 1 o'clock Sundays. CanterburyPark.com for information. Jet and Jetta, 3-2. That's the favorite, currently in race 9. Here is Waymaker, one of the longer shots in the field. Make It Captain, 5-1 to 4-1, most recent click. And that's the last in. All right now, on the way they go. Slow beginning for Waymaker. A jumping chick jumps the field. Inside of that, 5-bar Dreamer. Then on the inside is Jet and Jetta. And Make It Captain to the far outside. Make It Captain with Hot Splash Dash. Hot Splash Dash. Splashy at 7-1. Eight, Hot Splash Dash, first. Eight, 10, 7, 1. Trifecta paid $75, 10-cent superfecta $44 and change. The double from race 8, 41.5 to 1. Pick 3 from race 7, 68.50 for 50 cents. And the race 9 exacta 810, $29.60. To the 10th race and scratch number 6, Flaming Carter. Up to the winner's enclosure, Hot Splash Dash and Ishmael Suarez Ricardo. The winning owner, Spencer Cordis, and the winning trainer, Vic Hansen. Final time, 17.15. Hot Splash Dash. Alrighty now. On the way they go. Slow beginning for Waymaker. A jumping chick jumps the field. Inside of that, 5-bar Dreamer. Then on the inside is Jet and Jetta. And Make It Captain to the far outside. Make It Captain with Hot Splash Dash. Hot Splash Dash. Splashy.
We have one more race for you tonight. It's 12 minutes away. A field of 7 with the withdrawal of number 6 Flaming Carter. We're left with a field of 3-year-olds. Again, 7 of them to be exact, with 12 minutes to post. The one leading the charge out here is at 9-2 at the moment. That's Quicksilver Girl. Quicksilver Girl narrowly missed last time. She was 4th, only beaten half a length. Last year she got pushed a little bit out of the gate. Didn't really make much of a run from there, but she was well bet in her debut. Then she took on a different sort of field, kind of ran evenly, but it looks like she's come back as a better 3-year-old than she was 2. She had a bullet work leading into that first start of her year, and Quicksilver Girl is very square, 5-1 on the board. You get 2-1 on the horse right next to her. 2 starts already as a 3-year-old for Candy at Midnight. The first one went very well. She took on the males in her second start, just kind of ran in place the whole time, but she was well bet in both of them. She is tonight as well. She's your current favorite, and Candy at Midnight has a lot of experience on at least the inside runner. Most of them in here kind of on the same plane as far as experience goes, but Candy at Midnight comes out of a 440 race, and I'm sure a little less distance might be right up her alley. Check her out, ran a couple of times here last year. She got a second and a third. She hasn't been beaten by much in any of her starts up to this point, and they've been all over the place. Here, Prairie Meadows, Remington, Indiana, and Albuquerque to be exact, but she has performed very well with whatever's been asked of her. She is still 0-7 at this point, though. You still get 3-1, and that's not likely to last as they get to the gate. 5-1 on 5 Bar Fantasy. 5 Bar Fantasy is the horse that I took in second in here, but she very much has the right to improve off her first start of the year. That was on April 21st. Right now you get 5-1 on her. She too was only beaten 3/4 of a length, and last year in all 3 of her starts up here, she did take a lot of money. She almost got there in her second start. I mean, I thought that she was going to get there in her third, but she ran into a repeat winner in Hello Dottie. Doesn't lose much in defeat to that one. Apolitical James, a rare Mexican bred up here for Vic Hansen, trying to sweep the late double. Suarez Ricardo is in the saddle on this one too, and you get 9-1. I doubt that price will last, but Apolitical James is still 0-7 up to this point. Only lost by a head 2 back, and that was at 350. 330 proved okay for him last time. Kind of ran an even run and placed 4th. He did get a little bit of a brush that day, but Apolitical James very well set to pull an upset, I hope, at 9-1. 6-1 is the race on Drink Relentlessly. Drink Relentlessly is 0-9, but has been getting very close, especially when it comes to Canterbury. Seems to like this track quite a bit and gets the outside positioning. 3-5 in the top 3 without breaking the maiden yet, but you get a good price on just about everybody in here, including the outside horse, Atalanta Bay. This one ran in a very rich race down at Sunland to kick off his year. That's the only time that we've seen him or her as a 3-year-old. But prior to that, had been running competitively in these sort of races at Zia and Albuquerque, and Atalanta Bay is currently 7-1. Picked the 5 on top. I guess so did Paul Allen. 5, 4, and 3 for me in the last one of the night. We find out in 9 minutes who is going to be the final winner of our Thursday card. Good luck in the last.
It is now post time. Post time for the 10th and final live race. Thursday at Canterbury Park. Check her out, 8 to 5. In the gate. And they're racing. Swift start from the center for Checker Out. Likewise for Quicksilver Girl to the inside looking for that gold. And between them we have 5 Bar Fantasy. The 4 is surging late at 7 to 1 and wins. In the winner's enclosure, 5 Bar Fantasy and Uriel Cervantes. This filly is owned by Tailored for Gold Stables. And the winning trainer, Jerry Livingston. Final time, 16.98. It's official. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes Saturday at 5 o'clock. Thank you for joining us, and if you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. gate. And they're racing. Swift start from the center for Checker Out. Likewise for Quicksilver Girl to the inside looking for that gold. And between them we have 5 Bar Fantasy. The 4 is surging late at 7-1 and wins.